probably make that smaller. Good morning, all. Good morning, Neil, Chaz, Angie, Spencer, Benjamin, Emma, Amin. Good morning, Robert. Guacata, good morning. Good morning, everybody. What am I looking for here? SPX, NQ. How are y'all doing this morning? Rate 204825. Time to digest. $48.25. How's everybody this morning? 4825. Right there. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope some of you guys are able to buy the IWM or the SPY yesterday. Hope some of you bears that are out there took guidance and decided to wait in case we gapped up today. You would be doing very well this morning if that was the case. Hope everybody's doing well. Let me take a look back and see. Yeah, we talked about everything, or we talked about yesterday towards the close. There's a chance that we would gap up today, and it's not quite a gap up, but it's definitely not selling off, right? For all the bearishness that we were feeling yesterday, and to the close, the opposite argument is, everything looks so strong right now that in no way is it bearish, and it's actually dangerous to be taking a put position in the overnight. Tesla is not doing so well right now at this moment. I want you all, if you're paying, or if you're here because of Tesla, I do want to talk to you about where we are right now with Tesla. Yesterday there was that Vanna rally, right? We had that beautiful Vanna rally from Friday into close on Monday. Today I would expect, with the Vanna rally being done, volatility going down, I would expect some trading sideways and a slow move up. Possibly. We could trade down. Usually you'll see a move like this in Tesla, and then we trade down for a few days, then another move up if we're in trend. We could trade up today. We'll check the book map this morning right out the gate and see if we're selling or buying. My assumption is that, let me put this on a larger time frame. You often see these moves, see this nice move on Tesla. I guess the expectation would be we do 1, 2, and you see the third move up, right? You got 1, 2, and then 3. Nice 3-day pump on Tesla. That's possible if that takes place today at the bell. I'm not going to say no to that. This morning, before we start the day, I do want you to realize that at 10 a.m. we have ISM manufacturing. We've got job openings and quits. We've got I think Fed President Neil Kashkari is not a bull or a bear. I could be wrong on that, but I don't think that he is ultra bear. But we do have some volatility that could be introduced into the market around 10 a.m. this morning. I still don't think it's as important, say, as the COVID news, or when that becomes important again, right? When we figure out that Omicron's not so bad. So there could be some weakness today in Tesla. I'm going to be looking for 1175.54 as possibly a buy the dip. We might just green bar it straight up today. I think 1252 was the next level for Tesla. So if you're paying attention to Tesla, that's the important thing for you to be looking at. Outside of that, the SPY this morning before the bell rings, we'll get into it. I'm going to change some of these levels and update them so that they reflect what we're looking for today. We know that the cash back for yesterday, well, the low in the cash back, well, for 2 days ago was down here, right? Sometimes you go 2 days back. The lowest that we would probably go today would be 470. 470, it's still in bull's control. I would expect no less than 475, or excuse me, yeah, 4750. But in reality, for today, with the volatility going down, we might get some volatility at 10. Let's say we trade down to this new support here. Remember, I got to move this little volatility symbol here, and that's because we broke through volatility. And once we break through volatility like this, you start to create a new support zone here, and for us to attempt to trade higher. So because we did gap up over the night, we're going to be looking for a target of 41 or 48,148 and 48,251. We have a much higher target. Yesterday, I think the target yesterday was 48,69. That was early in the morning we saw that yesterday. So we're going to take a look at the levels again today and adjust these to what Bookmap says once the bell rings. I've got some other levels that I'm going to put on here as well so that you can see where the volatility zones are, where positive gamma, negative gamma is. So we can day trade this today. I don't know if are you guys taking Cap, when you're done pumping Tesla, you should pump Amazon to all-time highs. Yeah, we can do that. We can talk about Amazon today. We've been talking about Amazon for, I believe, 3 days. And I think we've been talking about it since last Friday. And it was kind of a do or die situation for Amazon. We can look at the Amazon chart right now. We've been talking about Amazon. I think the question is, you had accumulation and then a nice fat rip yesterday, right? Let's see if we can get it on the 6-month chart. You had this great accumulation down here. The question was last week was, does Amazon let the market go down and trade down, or does it make its move up? The same thing held for Tesla on Friday. It was kind of a do or die situation. You saw both of these stocks move higher today. And someone wants to know if we're going to go up higher, even higher today on Amazon. I would assume so. This is some great accumulation. 2 million buys down below here. I doubt that we're done at 34.15. We'll look to see where resistance is. You know that your first resistance is at 34.40. Your next resistance is probably at 35.11. So we'll look at that as the day opens. It probably has a lot more room to run than Tesla does in the day, and a lot less volatility in its run. About 477 calls after the bell yesterday. Curious to see how this plays out open. Yeah, yesterday we had that talk, right? And I said, I was looking to buy put spreads in the market, and then I pulled back from that viewpoint because of the gap up overnight. And that's what we did. We gapped up overnight. Someone's talking about NVIDIA. So we ended up doing that gap up overnight. So then that changes your perspective, right? It is a bullish sign that we're moving up. I like NVIDIA here. And we've got that that CEA conference or whatever, the conference that starts tonight. That does bring usually a sell the news, those events, what is it called? CS? Consumer Electronics, something or other. That is usually a sell the news event, but this looks really bullish to me. NVIDIA looks great this morning. So I'm going to put Bookmap up for you this morning at 9:30, and then I'm going to do some work on some charts. And I'm going to trade today because I haven't traded. Well, I traded Friday and I took one trade yesterday morning. And I need to put some trades on for myself today as well. And it is Tuesday. Don't forget about Turnaround Tuesday. There's a famous Fin Twitter out there that talks about how Tuesdays always look so bright and shiny from Monday. And let's say if Monday was a down day, Tuesday often is a green day. And if Monday is a green day, oftentimes Tuesday looks very bullish and we turn around. So I would say on the indexes, it wouldn't surprise me this morning on SPY for us to trade up right off the bell and then to hit some resistance and start to, how would you say it, feel comfortable up here at these levels. Maybe trading sideways for a little bit, ups and downs. And I don't think we trade down from here necessarily, but I think that We're going to move higher off the bell. Let's say 481, reverse, and start to bounce around in here today. I could be wrong on this. Today's kind of, so being up here around 480, 479, 480 in this area, we have some fear falling off the market as well this morning and yesterday. I know we've all been talking about that, where this fear that the Fed is probably not going to be tapering on the schedule that it's talking about, or at least that's the image, or that's the portrayal that's out there in the news right now, right? That our economy could shut down at any moment. So when you hear that, it makes you wonder if they're going to taper or increase rates. And I don't think that they don't do that. I think, though, that the message right now is that the market is positive. Let me know if you guys think that's true as well. Yeah, I don't know when you should buy or shouldn't buy, how long that you hold. I don't know what you're holding for calls or puts. And, it's to each your own what your risk threshold is. Do you sell half? Do you keep half? Do you make it the house money? You know my position on IWM. I'm very bullish on it right now. I'm even more bullish on it than the SPY. It's making nice moves here. You can see nice lower lows everywhere. Here, here, here. And you can probably just track where the channel is and know where you can sell. You can find a trend line on, and that's not to say that this will be respected or anything, but it wouldn't be too surprising or too surprising to see IWM tag 227. But we'll look at Bookmap. We've got a minute left. I'm going to turn Bookmap on right now. I'm going to turn this off. Remember that 10 o'clock hour this morning, the importance of it. And I've got some work I have to do, so I'll talk to you guys, but I'm not going to talk as much as I do most mornings. I need to get ready to put some trades on. And when I make those trades, I'll let you know what they are. And if you guys see anything, give me a shout in the chat, and I'll try to change the book map for you. And to whatever you guys want to see. We're going to start with the SPY. We'll check it on Amazon and Tesla. Let's see. Scoped out 15480Cs yesterday, opened for 30 cents. Hoping to get a pop. Yep. Saying they're going to taper, raise rates. They have lots of political pressure. Yeah, I don't think that they're going to stop the tapering either. Load previous opened. But I think that the message before was the fear associated with tapering and the rate increases, right? And right now there's a message being put out there. And the right now message is, the fear in the economy. So that lends to fear coming off the market. If you just check this morning, the fear and greed index, I haven't looked yet, but I guarantee that we are not as fearful this morning as we were last week, right? Everyone knew last week that we were going to sell off at 480, and we are not selling off, right? We haven't sold off yet, or yesterday we didn't sell off at 480. So that is and you've got calls coming right in off the bell on the SPY right now. Let's take a quick look and just see where the real resistance levels are, because we've got people claiming where they are, and I'm not quite sure that they are where people are saying. You've got some small resistance above here at 41.16. This is the one from yesterday morning. You guys remember this one from yesterday? It was 46 or 486.91. So make sure you mark that one. You're going to write this one down as the call wall. This came out yesterday morning at like 9:30 this morning. So this would be the call wall above here. The expected range, topping range, is probably 484.36 right now. So you can put that onto your charts. And you can see where the buy the dippers are down below here at 476.64. So let me put that on my charts as well. Yep, so I had it down at 476.34. It's 476.64. So adjust your charts for that today. That's the buy the dip area. You know where the buy the dip is. If you're not long in calls today, if you were too afraid to get into calls yesterday, your buy the dip is 476.66. You can also see another one here at 478.39. So now you've got two levels just off the bell, right? You've already got two levels. Your next level is going to be right where we are battling right now. Your next level is basically at 479 flat, okay? You've got a lot of sellers stepping in right now. You guys can see that. There is some substantial selling coming in at the moment. This wave here came right in and it's starting to thicken up here. Just a little bit of a blast of sellers right here. You see that the buy the dippers are stepping up above here. I had a resistance level of 41.85, but I'm not seeing that at all. So I'm not seeing that 481.50 anywhere. And the hero indicator is turning negative. We have more buyers than sellers. We did have a wave of sellers move down here right at 931. There's a lot of financial calls coming in. I'm interested to see what XLF looks like off the bell. Oh, that's why. You've got XLF right off the bell, just green, straight green bars up. There's lots of calls coming in on Bank of America, on XLF. Some SPY puts, SQQ calls, GM calls. But you've got JPM, Bank of America, XLF. There's a concentration of financial calls coming in right off the bell. There's a lot of semiconductor calls coming in as well. NVIDIA, INTC. There's some puts. Well, these puts on XLP. Let's take a look at XLP. When were those puts bought? XLP. That must have been the day before. Yeah, so the flow is very green this morning. We've got a lot of calls on GM and Ford as well this morning. So we'll look at GM and Ford. GM's blasting off. Ford is blasting off as well this morning. Those are all-time highs, right? I think those are all-time highs. Both companies, all-time highs this morning. $484. Yeah, it looks like those sellers have come down on SPY. Like there's a bet against SPY coming in. Let's look at Tesla real quick. And you guys are looking for Tesla this morning to see if it's selling off at this point. Looks like there's a dip buy going on in Tesla. See where the smart money is on Tesla this morning. Okay. 1180. Yeah, it's right where that touch was on Tesla. Buyers stepped right in. Right at 1180. You've got some smart money down below at 1150. So mark that on your chart as well. So 1180, 1150. Price targets above include 1210, 1220. These are from basically the same as yesterday, just more selling coming in. Another new price target of 1240. It's a nice dip buy in Tesla, 1180. The bears are really jumping in here on Tesla. You have 365,000 sellers to 140,000 buyers. So just be cautious this morning entering into Tesla. Get this a little bit lower here. So you have buyers that stepped in here, 1180. You've got more buyers below at 1140, 1151, 51. You got more sellers hiding out above 1220, 1208. Next round of sellers is at 1240. Someone mentioned Airbnb this morning and Amazon. We've got January 7th, 175 Cs on Airbnb, and January 7th, 3,500 calls on Amazon. We have a continued bid into energy this morning, Zome with January 21st, XOM, I should say. So we get XOM calls January 21st, 65C. There's a lot of timing that takes place in buying energy stocks. You kind of need to do it end of day usually and then hold them to the start of the next day. Then you sell, rinse, and repeat, right? Buy the close, sell the open on Zome, XOM. Tends to work out like that on the smaller SPY indexes as well, the components of the SPY. Okay, so you guys have your levels on Amazon or on Tesla. I'm going to move over to Amazon at this point. Then I'm going to do Airbnb. I have to put on the futures feed on this computer next. I only have it on the other computer. What do I mean by price target of 1240? So what I'm giving you is your support. The real what you're looking at are those yellow and red lines that go across the screen. I'll explain it to you better here. You can pause the video and go back if you want and then refresh the page to join us. But you'll see as I bring up tickers, you'll see red and yellow and blue lines below the current price of a ticker and red, yellow, and red lines above a ticker. And that shows where support and resistance is. So if we make it to 1240 today, I'll bring it back up and we will look at the next resistance levels above from there. Support, resistance. So we will look at, hang tight here for just a minute. OPEC meeting is coming up. That is why Zoom is pumping. Joe Harper's pumped on IWM right now. I know, IWM, I can't believe I missed that. Can't believe I missed my trade yesterday. I was too greedy. I wanted it for cheaper. And we tagged that. IWM, we tagged that, right? Did we tag that upper resistance point right off the bell? The one that I charted out for you? Yeah, we did pretty much, right? Pretty much tagged it and bagged it. Yeah, 70% is good. I'll take 70%. Yeah, we'll look at IWM here in just a minute. I want to bring up Amazon for those that are trading Amazon. You know that your buy the dip level on Amazon is 33.80. You've got some support. You also have support at 3,400. Some pretty decent resistance at 34.30 and 34.50. You do have more buyers than sellers, though. You've got slightly negative hero indicator this morning. I'd imagine it trades sideways for a little bit and then makes another move higher. And then we're going to look at IWM next. Remember what I talked to you about this morning, that if you sold your calls from yesterday and you're looking for a new buy the dip level, we have some news coming out at 10 a.m. that might lend some volatility to the market. You might get a better dip buy in 15 minutes. So just be conscious of that when you're going to re-enter your trades today. It's what I'm waiting for myself to take my next trade in SPY or IWM. Let's give this a minute to load up. Hope you're all doing well this morning. More buyers than sellers so far on IWM. Your dip buy in IWM today is 225.03. I like to call this you're in traffic right now in IWM. Your cashback close for yesterday in IWM is 225.35. And you can kind of see that right here, right? 235.10 is the buy the dip this morning on IWM. We know that once we get above this area here, this 228 on IWM, this is interesting to see as well here. You can see that this band of sellers up here at 230 have disappeared. So this is going to be an area of contention for IWM as it moves higher. We know that there needs to be some short covering at some point. That the ultimate target on IWM is 240. And it looks like the seller, it looks like it's come down a little bit. Oh, no, it hasn't. 241.17. And this morning on IWM, you saw sellers come down. So they're stepping in right now at this point. They are being overwhelmed by buyers. We have a slightly negative hero indicator. I wouldn't put too much into this at the moment. What you're really looking for is for shorts to have to cover. And if the shorts do cover, we know that the overhead price target's 241. We know it's going to run at that point. We know that this has been a battle since 213, and we're right there right now, okay? I would say that the news that could derail this would only be if the only news that could really derail this would be if we got some negative news from the Fed, right? We know that tapering is bad. We've been told that tapering is bad. We've been told that rates are bad. But recently, of course, we don't look like we're going to be doing that at all. So 225.09 is your BTFD, and your buy the dip is right at 225.53. You don't have a lot of sellers above here. This is a very bullish context right now for IWM. I'm going to be waiting for that news at 10 o'clock this morning. Let's see what it brings up, the manufacturing news. And matter of fact, I'm going to bring it up right now and see what it says. Yep, S&P hits record high. The Dow hits a record high. IWM is just cranking right now. Love it. 479.98 on the SPY. That's the 480 pin that we were looking for. So I guess the question to the bears is, do we sell off at this point? So our previous ISM manufacturing index numbers were 61.1. The forecast for today is at 60%. So we're just waiting for that number to come out this morning to see how ugly it is, or if it is even ugly. Looks like we've got some resistance forming up on the SPY right here. Be real careful here if you're out here on SPY at this 480. $478. The XLE and XLF were nice. And then revisit XLE and XLF at the end of the day again. Yeah, Hutch, I'll check in on Oracle for you. Yeah, Ford is still cranking, still green barring it. GM's still green barring it. Still more Ford calls coming in the front door. GM calls coming into about at 950. I haven't seen it since 950. There is some pressure on the Qs. Hood's got calls coming in January 7th, 18.5. Keep an eye on Hood. Robin the Hood. Apple has January 14th, 800,000 bucks on January 14th, 175C. FCX, January 21st, 45C. I like FCX. I like trading FCX. We have buyers overwhelming sellers. You might get a nice rip here on the SPY in the next few minutes. Might get a real nice rip. They've got some sellers forming up at 41.29, but let's see if we can look anywhere else. Just general resistance. 41.15 or so. Excuse me, scratch that. Did I say it's 481.19? 481.19. You have a lot of clear skies ahead, though. So now it's 48.70.11. Whew. Almost looks like SPY's trying to form a support area here, which is to be anticipated, right? You start to form a base at 480, and you start to think about much higher. Is 489 on the table would be the question. Or what do I have here? 486.9. I think it was 46.9 is the question. Do we trade that much higher? And just keep your eye on this down below here. You've got 656,000 buyers, 523 sellers. Hero indicators off the charts for SPY right now. We could rip much, much higher this morning. We got 3 minutes until the manufacturing numbers come out. We'll check out NVDA because it's cranking. Here's Oracle. Nice support on Oracle at 88.50. We're encountering some sellers above here at 89.03 and 89.118. You have more buyers than sellers on Oracle. If you can break through this resistance, you do have clear skies above. I would assume to 100. It looks like your buy the dip is 85.10 on Oracle. Maybe take profit here, wait to break above 89.33, and then the sky is the limit. You take it to 100. If you don't break through this resistance here on Oracle, you're going to look to rebuy the dip at 85.05. Look at NVIDIA next. As it's got a lot of call flow coming through on it this morning. As a matter of fact, let's do it up. Let's check. We're at an 88% bullish posture in the market right now. Or scratch that, we've gone down. We're now at 82%. You've got the number one call flow is in GM. It's focused around January 7th, January 21st, and March 18th. March 18th, or we've also got some February 18th in here. I'll post the GM flow on Twitter right now for you, so you can see what this flow is. But if I had to, I mean, all this flow came in from 933 to 953, so you might be waiting for a dip to enter. BAC. I didn't even look at BAC this morning. I'm assuming that that green barred it right off the open as well. Keep that. Just a second here, guys. BAC. Yeah, Ford's got 23 orders on Ford. If there was one that I'm looking at to keep going up, it's possibly Ford. GM's calls slightly trailed off. Whereas GM's slightly trailed off. Ford's calls kept coming in. They didn't stop. How's Rivian doing this morning? I posted a picture of Rivian yesterday. You know, I was unsure on the look of the Tesla Cybertruck. I had mixed feelings on it. Wasn't really negative nor positive. And I'll show some other calls for you here. But when I saw that Rivian truck or that sport utility, I was, you know, it's like you can't, you want like a mix of both, right? You want both kind of looks futuristic. You know, the Rivian sport utility looked like an old PT wagon. You know, someone mentioned yesterday that their kids would like it and they like the look of it, which, yeah, my kids would like a PT wagon too, but I wouldn't be caught dead driving, and nor would you have in the early 2000s. I think it was Dodge that made that car, but I wouldn't be caught dead driving that. So how do you get the mix between both of them? It actually looks more like what I would expect an Apple car to look like, right? Or when people are snidely remarking about what the Apple car looks like. And I'm not I'm not anti Rivian either. I have some friends that work for Rivian, Lucid, and also for Tesla. I have family that work for these companies. So family and friends. So it's not as though I'm anti these companies in any way, shape, or form. The design choices for me are, I don't know. On one side, I can't stand the Ford interior. I feel like they just took an F-150 and said, just throw a laptop in it, right? So the interior of the Ford F-150, I didn't like. I didn't like the exterior. I want the exterior to be slightly more modern than it is right now. I like the old school Ford exteriors. Like a throwback retro is kind of cool on a Ford truck, but if it was a new Ford electric vehicle, I want to know that, or I want it to be tough still, tough looking. Spies coming down. Did these numbers come out and they look terrible? Walter Bloomberg. The AMD product product premiere is going on right now. The United States ISM Manufacturing Index is the lowest since January 2021. Jolts, 10.562 million in November. 58.7, not that bad. It should be better, but it's not that bad. Brent crude tops $80 a barrel. Woo! Up 1.4% at 80 bucks. Hello, ladies. OPEC says they're less worried about Omicron. Yeah. I guess, yeah. I mean, that's the thing is, if someone's implying that with the manufacturing numbers being bad, that we'll get more I guess, stimulus, you could say, or more money flow. And it looks like Lisa Su is talking right now about AMD. So we'll bring up the AMD chart. Yeah. Didn't I talk to you guys somewhere about weakness to sell the news on these events? Haven't been a fan of Ford trucks since 6-liter and the 6.4 L fiascos. I'll stick to Ram and Cummings. Great for inflation. Yeah, I don't know how much I can say on... Let me turn this off. I don't know how much I can say on... My issue with a lot... What can I say? I don't know what I can and can't say. I'm going to get in trouble for saying. A lot of these companies are... there's like a guy, there's a face of the company, a woman, man, doesn't matter. There's a face of the company, and then there might be 100 engineers. This is the model that was created by Ford and GM and Chevy and Dodge and all these companies. What happened was Ford started to... So your buy the dip this morning on NVIDIA is 280. You have way more sellers than buyers right now on NVIDIA. And you've got a pretty big ceiling above from 310 to 330. So these are typically sell the news events, and it looks like that's, or we'll do AMD next. So what happened was this, that let's say we'll use Ford as an example. Ford used to do everything in-house, right? And then they switched to this model where they have some manufacturing, but a lot of their manufacturing is not in the States anymore. Some of the assemblies in the U.S. are manufacturing, but not as much as you'd think. And a lot of their parts, their design, like a lot of the design of these vehicles, a lot of the parts for these vehicles, where the dies are made, everything is made overseas. And so the thought process is, the thought process from a lot of these guys is, well, we'll do the Ford model, right? We'll just hire 100 engineers. We'll design a concept for a vehicle. We'll have a face to the company, and then we'll just source it all out to smaller companies. And these companies ring Detroit. You see all these small die manufacturers. You'll see component and interior and exterior, component finishers and manufacturers, but you see a lot of them overseas. And so I like that there are all these companies that are becoming EV companies. But when we make fun of Nikola, we make fun of Nikola, right? But a lot of these companies aren't too far off from a Nikola. A lot of these companies, and that's the difference with Tesla, is they're producing cars. And it's a critical thing to understand that when Tesla's actually producing something, when you see Tesla manufacturing in-house, when they're even when they have to substitute parts, the more that Tesla is working with the design in-house, the manufacturing in-house, it's that old school Ford model in how to design and develop and manufacture electric vehicles. And there really isn't too many companies doing that, including Ford. I mean, these small companies that are trying to break into this game. Ford basically does the same thing these small companies are doing. Most of these companies are not doing this in-house. That includes Ford, Chevy, all of them. And I have a Cadillac. I've got 2 Teslas. The one Cadillac that I have, I like that they're going all electric vehicles right now. So AMD, right? You've got support down below at 144.95. You've got further support at 140.06. You've got some resistance above at 153.87, 154.70, and then a big wall above at 159.50. I'd be looking to buy a dip possibly. There's more sellers than buyers on AMD, just like we saw on Nvidia a few minutes ago. But your buy the dip is at 144.90 for right now. And then I would have a tight stop and try to re-enter again at 140. But the thing that you're looking at is that most of these companies are not manufacturing in-house. For all the shit that you can give to Elon Musk, because he's got some bad stuff that you can't deny, right? There's bad stuff that you can't deny about Elon. But for all the bad, the good that Elon Musk does in terms of his manufacturing, the research, the development, the in-house engineers, the parts, just so you can see down here, by the dip 478, 478.51, and then you've got sellers above. Still have slightly more buyers than sellers on the SPY. But what he's trying to do, and the fact that he's trying to make cars that you can buy for 30 grand or 25 grand or whatever inflation is at this year, but making the car for the everyman, not the sexiest vehicle out there, even though some of you think it is the sexiest, he makes the sexiest cars. But what he's trying to do with vehicles is a lot different than most car companies today. Most, not all, but most. The vast majority of them. So everything is sourced out today. You speak to any engineer that works for a car company, they'll tell you. Half of them don't. A guy will say, I'm an engineer for Ford. And then you find out that they're not actually an engineer for Ford. They're an engineer for some other company that's doing the interior trims, or they're doing the paint, or they're doing this, or they're doing that. But they're not direct. They're contracted through another company, another firm. Whereas Tesla has a lot of in-house stuff going on. Okay, so 1170, 1150 on Tesla. You got a wall building at 1210. I'll bring this out for you guys a little bit more. And so that's where I put my faith into, or that's why I'm putting my faith into Tesla right now. I want to see a company be able to have a manufacturing process from start to finish, just like Ford did. And and you hear the banter between Ford and Tesla, but in reality, if you then you know what you need to do, which how it helped me to come to an understanding with Tesla was I went down the Ford rabbit hole instead of the Tesla rabbit hole. I went down what Ford did to create that company, how their manufacturing process and their research process, and how they developed over the years. And it's shocking how close they match what Tesla's doing. You had a nice bounce here, 1170 on Tesla. We talked about 1150 down below here. And we know that we've got some resistance above now, forming at 1210. SPY's curling over right now like it wants to sell off. Got those weak numbers. They want J-Pow to come out and say more money, probably. Yeah, that's true. The tool and die companies are closing down right now too. Even those are kind of going the wayside. We've got Kashkari speaking in an hour. The Fed doom and gloom may dump us. That's Matt Kova saying that. I agree with that, Matt. It's looking like it. Steve Werich, yeah. All these companies are going the wayside. It's funny. One of my buddies is an engineer for Ford, and they have to send they do the designs here in the U.S. now, right? And now they're sending the designs to China for the tool dies to be made. And if the tool dies aren't, but that whole process now goes to China, then if the tool dies aren't right, they have to reconfigure or fly over to China, and it's not being done in the U.S. like it once was. Yeah, I can do QQQ for you. Catalyst for it coming in mid-January with wallet release. Nice camera. Joe, you know what? That's not the camera, bro. The camera's right here. Whoa. So there's the camera, but I didn't hook it up because I got this Elgato thing, but I have another Elgato thing that's coming to the computer, and then I bought an f1.4 50 millimeter lens, sexy expensive lens. So you'll have sexy video tomorrow. So I've got Joe making me spend money. Joe's telling me I have to have all the cool bells and whistles. So now I'm blowing thousands of dollars on camera gear and computers and servers, all kinds of nonsense. All kinds of stupid nonsense. All kinds of nonsense. Blowing money. Blowing money on camera gear. Let's see, QQQ. I always love it. QQQ looks like it's knifing. Yeah. You're no salesman. I'm an opportunity provider. Hang tight here. We've got a hang up going on Bookmap here. Let me turn some of this off here and see if. Hang tight here. Save and exit. Give me just a second. I'm going to reboot Bookmap. Yeah, I ordered a bunch of crap for video. See if we can get Bookmap back up and running. And I'm gonna slave another computer over here, but I haven't done this yet. I'm gonna do that this morning. So we'll see how this rolls. Goldman Sachs is cranking right now. I made a little joke about Goldman Sachs this morning. And someone wanted the Qs up. Was it Ritesh wanted the Qs up? So we have some QQQ puts coming in. I will post those. I've got AMD puts coming in, some SPY puts coming in, skills puts. I'm going to post these on Twitter right now for you. SE, I like trading SE. Or not anymore, but I used to. It looks like semis are you guys should check out, if you guys are going to short semis, look at going after SOXX, after SOX. Let's take a look here. What are we looking for support and resistance on the Qs? I have to pull that out. See if I can pull that out. You've got some support down below at 390. You've got some buyers swooping up from down below at 394. They're now up at 396.54, and they're also at 398. So those would be your supports. The price target on the Qs is 402.84, 404.81. You do have some negative flow coming in this morning, though you do have equal buyers and sellers. Your ultimate price target on the Qs is 409.74. This looks like more like basing than it does selling off right now to me. The market doesn't look like it's selling off. This just looks like basing. If you guys think differently than that, do you guys think we're selling off right now? I guess is the question. What I'm going to do here in a moment is I'm going to leave you guys with Bookmap open on the SPY feed, I believe. Yeah, this doesn't look like it's selling off. You guys gotta understand that the SPY is connected to the Qs, and IWM small caps is somewhat connected to SPY and the Qs. If you start to see SPY failing, you should be also seeing the Qs fail, right? NASDAQ somewhat fail. And anyone that thinks that we're selling at this point, so if you think that the market is selling off right now, this is what I wanted to talk to you guys about yesterday. What we did talk about yesterday. When we were talking about heading into the close yesterday, the important thing to watch for yesterday was, as we're heading into the close, you start to want to get bearish, right? Let's get bearish. Let's sell Tesla. Let's sell SPY. Let's sell whatever. But then on the flip side, we talked about if we gapped up into this morning, and we gapped up into this morning. We were placed above at that 480 mark. It's now becoming support at this point. You're not going to see the Qs fall if we're creating support on the SPY. You might see sideways action on the Qs, but you're not. If you see the Qs start to drop 5-10 points, it's going to impact the SPY. And we wanted to wait this morning to even Tesla opened this morning, I think at 1217, right? So a lot of people wanted to take that short yesterday at 1200, or yeah, 1200. So this doesn't look like the market is pulling back right now. If anything, it looks like we are going to try to form some support here and look to higher numbers. Look to 486, 489, somewhere in there. Do I think that that's a lot of money on the upside? Probably not. But as for right now, it's not looking like we're selling down. So I'm going to leave the. You have your supports. You've got your support at 490. You've got support at 397.07. You've got targets of 402.93, 404.82, and ultimately 409.49 on the Qs. So we're going to leave the SPY up for right now, and you can use this, generally speaking, for the market health, right? You can use the SPY as almost a cure-all for the entire market. And if see if you can see anything above. Yeah, by the dip, 478.49, 478.02. More buyers down below. We do have more positive hero indicator, and it looks like we have slightly more sellers than buyers. I'm gonna take a break here for just a minute. I'll come right back to you. Audio input capture. Let's see if you guys can hear me. Let's see if you can hear me. All right. I like that for Tesla. All right, let's see if you guys can hear me. You guys can hear me now? Sounds like you can hear me now. All right. You got Amazon following too. We'll bring up Amazon next. So you have some pretty firm support here on Tesla, which is at 1150. We talked about at the open this morning. I think we said amount of resistance was 1070. By the dip was 1150. So I guess the big question would be, if you're a Tesla bull, does this break right here? Which is really what we want to know. And so that's what we're going to be looking for here. You do have more sellers than buyers right now on Tesla. You are looking for a break here at 1150. If this support holds, you should be fine. The smart money looks like it's on 1150. That's where it was this morning. Smart money was at 1150 this morning, but it looks like this support is breaking. If it does break, let's see where the next level of bank money is at. It's down at 1100. So you're at a pretty major support right now in Tesla. Oh, you guys can hear me? Is it way too loud? Am I too loud? Should I turn it down? I'll turn it down. I'll give you my bedroom voice. So we are beginning to break through the 1150, which is a pretty significant support for Tesla, 1150. Now, we want to see more sellers than buyers, which we do see. We see minus 10,000 on the hero indicator. Well, it really hasn't broken yet. You really need to see it's breaking. I'll give you that, it is breaking. You have some minor support here at 1140. What's called the smart money, someone else just mentioned smart money. So the smart money is usually the bank money, and you want to know where they're laying in wait. So they were waiting to buy the dip here at 1150 this morning, and your next support on Tesla is at 1100. You would want to see this support down here swoop up. If it does not swoop up, you will see Tesla trade down to the 1100 mark. It broke. No sound is perfect. Too funny. Okay, so here's your deal. You are breaking through support on Tesla right now at 1150. Your next support below is 1100. SPY is breaking through right now. Earlier on another stream, I showed you that the support for SPY is 474.19. I think it's 474.16, maybe 12. So we'll bring up the SPY feed real quick. Do you guys want to stay on the Tesla feed, or do you guys want me to show you where the SPY support is at 47412? That's hot. You guys are funny as all hell. please check SPX on support. Okay, so Tesla, you haven't really broken support yet. You've broken underneath support. This will become resistance at some point. I want you to point that out to you, Tesla bulls out there. You do have more sellers than buyers on Tesla. What winds up happening in these situations is if Tesla cannot reclaim 1150 at this point, this will grow into resistance, and you'll be looking to buy the dip no less than 1100. Now, I do want to point out that I'm not looking at a candlestick chart now. Let me take a quick peek on Tesla. Now, there is a form of a do or die on Tesla at 1120. Let's take a look. It's actually slightly lower. Yeah, so 1100 is firm support. I wouldn't be too concerned if we bounced off 1100. I'd be looking to be a buyer on Tesla once again at 1100 myself. Now, if it does reclaim 1150, you can watch. I'll put this stream back up here for you in just a moment. We are touching on, well, it's the 2 hour. Let's look at the 1 day. Yeah, I mean, it does look like on the 50 day is coming up on Tesla right now, like January 6th or 7th. We would slide down the bearish, or excuse me, the bullish channel that we're now over, and then spring back up on, let's say, the 7th of January. But we're still in a bullish context overall on Tesla. It's just a matter of when you're buying. So firm support 1100 on Tesla. You are seeing a bounce right now on Tesla at 1150. So I wouldn't be saying we're breaking through just yet. You want to see if there's some rejection here. If you see some rejection here on 1150, sometimes you'll see the bounce, right? You break through, come back up. If we're not able to reclaim this, though, the price target would become 1100. 1100. So you're looking for a reaction right now on 1100. And then we'll go to the SPX. Oh, dude, I got to switch over to the. So I have the DX feed on this computer. On my other computer, I have the futures license. I have to like download it. I got to do some work to get it over onto this laptop. So we will just look at the SPY again real quick. Some of you like the sexy voice. Some of you prefer me not to talk if I talk in the sexy voice. It's not really a sexy voice. Okay, what are we doing here? I don't want SPX. I want the SPY. SPY's close enough. I kind of like that dip buy on 1134 on the SPY. My problem with Tesla right now is we usually trade down for 2-3 days and then make our next push. I'd really like to buy a Tesla at 1100, to be honest. I'd like to trade that 1100 mark. You can see that the buyers stepped up from that 474. So there were buyers here at 474. We should have stayed on SPY. And they came right back up and met the SPY right at 470. Was it 6? Look at the SPY. We got a nice bounce off 476. 477. 476.50. Might take a long here. Let's take a little look here. Misses. So 476.90, 476.60. I still think we're going down. I still think we're going to where did I have it at? I like 474.19. But the 474 buyers aren't there anymore. I'm not sure if they came above to buy the dip at 477. Looks like we got a lot more sellers here. I might take a short right here then. We've got 837 and 680 on the. It's a nice target down below there, 462. There's that 474. So this was much stronger down here earlier. It's 474.18, 474.16. I didn't have SPY on to see if the buyers had swooped up at 47.11. There are some XLP puts, light put buying on Apple, Misfit, MSFT, AMD still. Some Apple puts are coming in right now. Some Tesla calls are coming in right now. And there is some dark pool buying on the SPY right now currently as well. I really like this 474. Yeah, it looks like our sellers came in. We are below the VWAP as well. Kind of like it here. We got more GME or GM Neo Palantir puts planter. And we've got some QQQ puts coming in as well. Yeah, see this right here? This support is growing weaker at 474. That's some concern. I can't tell right now if they're moving up to meet at the 476.90. I would think that we're going to go down to 474. So let's take a look at the options chain. 474s for Wednesday are 69 cents. 67 cents. I might buy some of these. 65 cents. Can I get them a little bit cheaper? Looks like that 474 is firming up a little bit more too. It was going away and now it's getting a little bit stronger than it was back here. Maybe we'll have a nice little sell down. We are below VWAP. VWAP's at 478. There are dip buyers stepping in on the SPY right now. I'm still waiting. And Tesla's coming up looking for, you might find a rejection here on Tesla. You're looking for rejection at 1148, 75, and your next rejection point would be 1163-ish, 1160-ish. You'll know if Tesla trades down right here. And if they do reject right here, this would be a rejection of the 1 minute daily chart on the 21-day moving average. So you're seeing these buyers step in down here. So this is what someone mentioned it on stream. They know what they're talking about. So that's what's called the smart buyers, smart money, where the banks are. And it looks like there's dip buyers forming up once again down here at this 474 mark. You want to keep an eye on this and see if they swoop above. If they don't swoop above, you'll sometimes get the money. It'll come to this money, right? Eventually, we'll get to 474. It's like a mosquito to a bug zapper. So I'm going to be looking for 474 in the SPY right now. And we still have more sellers than buyers, although people are buying the dip and the hero indicators going green again. I'll leave this up here for a moment, and we'll check the Tesla feed real quick. Get a wave of sellers coming in on Tesla. It looks to me like the ultimate target on Tesla would be 1100. It's firm support for Tesla. Although we are below VWAP, we do have some negative flow coming in on Tesla right now as well. And legitimately, if Tesla was to retest 1100 and bounce off, it's very, very bullish for Tesla. And your next point of rejection for Tesla, you're going to be looking for rejections somewhere 1158. See this right here? This 1156 maybe. Yeah, I see clear skies above to 1190. Mark that off. So clear skies above to 1190. If you can break through 1155.82, you should have one more rip higher before coming lower. But you can see where the smart money is, right? Smart money's down here, 1100, and then the sell the rip is above at 1189. Maybe slightly lower. 1188.17. It's kind of like a no man's land area for Tesla right now. And the SPY looks like it wants to trade down to 474. We'll check back and see if this is firming up, and it is. This is where the smart money is, down below 474. Currently, if you bring up your charts for INTC, there was a bottom that was just touched on INTC. They had a sell-off this morning. They bounced off 52.64 and some call flow, a golden ticket. I don't know if everybody here knows what a golden ticket is, but a golden ticket and some follow-up flow. There's a lot of dark pool buyers stepping in on SPY right now, just a heads up. Now on INTC, some golden ticket came in at for July 15th for 50C, 50C, for $1.1 million. When I enter golden tickets, I tend to turn them into spreads. I make them dated slightly farther out than whatever the date is. So if it's July 16th or 15th, I make them for either end of July or August. And then slightly more in the money, like a 45 or something. You can do the 50s. They probably won't hit, though, until after that expiration, the July's 15th. And I'll post those on Twitter right now for you. There are some more put flow coming in. The other thing to remember on golden tickets is timing is critical. So if you're in an up direction or an upward channel, you want to wait until you hit a bottom of an upward channel. If you're in a downward channel and you see me post golden tickets, you want to wait for the turn before placing those bets. Or I should say, you probably shouldn't ever place those bets. Don't ever follow me, not financial advice. But these INTC calls for July 15th, 50C, I'm going to post them right now. And what I'll do is, and INTC is making a turn right now. So I'll post where I will try to enter this trade, as well as the golden tickets. I'll put both up. Where I would try to buy these. Let's look. It had a nice little bottoming pattern in INTC. So I'm going to look to enter INTC. I'm going to set an alert for 51.73 and take on those 50C calls for July. And if we get close to down there at some point this week, I'll have the alert go off and then I'll follow up with that trade. 51.72. Sometimes I miss these golden tickets, but usually when these big plays are made on a ticker, there is some more downward movement, and then you'll see us take off again. So set an alert, 51.72 or so. You could go a little bit higher. I might make it a little bit higher, like $52. If I can grab it at 52 even, I'll take that trade. Yeah, when it looks lighter down here, it can signify a couple things. You've got more sellers than buyers on SPY right now. It can signal that buyers have stepped up to that 476, and then we can look below 470. You guys, you can see it's pretty strong right here, right? 474.19. It's actually picked up a little bit. So this is where the smart money is. If we can get down to 474, I'll take some calls. That's really what I'm looking for. If I can get 474, I'll pick up some calls here. I don't know if I call it that. Right now, nothing looks bearish about ES. Yeah, it does need to clear. Well, it needs to clear above 480. It needs to stay above 480 for us to stay bullish. Or we can trade down slightly down as we trade sideways, but we really want to see support being built here at 480 or up here at 480. And right now, you've got lots of sellers that are saying, "Hell no, we're not doing that," and I don't blame them. I don't blame sellers entering the market right now. Can't decide if you want to sell here in Oracle. So you guys got your numbers on Tesla. You guys know what to look for in Tesla, right? We're coming down on Tesla right now. Look for a reaction at 1100. We'll check back on Tesla at 1100. Subscribe. I need my coffee. I woke up this morning at 1:30 in the morning. Normally I wake up at 3:30 in the morning. I woke up at 1:30 this morning and then went down the Joe Donut rabbit hole on lenses. Well, I went on the lens, went and looked at lenses yesterday, and then this morning I went down the lens rabbit hole and the camera rabbit hole from 1:30 until 8 a.m. It took me 6 hours on, right, is that 6, 7 hours or something, just reading and watching. I haven't used a manual camera since maybe high school, I had to guess. Slow this down a little bit. And we are down below VWAP. I'm not getting overly bearish right now. And even 474 is not bearish on SPY. I guess that can be for some people. You know, it'd be really nice is if we tagged like 470 or 465. But I doubt we get there. Maybe. If any of you guys that are listening right now or watching this feed right now, if you're I can attest to you, I know exactly when to buy dips around here. So are we at the dip buying part of the day? Probably not. If you find yourself fearful of buying dips or selling rips or when you should enter and exit trades, you should just open up a Thinkorswim account. I think you can do paper trading there, or find a brokerage that does paper trading, and you can just follow along when you're supposed to be buying and selling. Just paper trade it. So we talked about Oracle this morning, right? We talked about there being a ceiling here at 89, 90, 91. We talked about where the buy the dippers were, $85. I think, did you have any lower? Did you have buy dippers lower than that? No. You buy the dip is at $80. You've got about equal sellers and buyers, but this is where the real money is. So when I talk to you guys about where the real money is or where the smart money is, you don't have to focus on just one ticker. You go out there and you find a basket, right? 10, 12, 15 stocks, whatever the flow is coming in on that day. And you take a look and you say, hey, look, I'm going to set a mark on my chart with an alert at $85. Let's see if it comes down here, you buy that dip and ride it up. If the dip doesn't come to you on this stock, you move on to a different stock and find something else with a dip buying opportunity. You do like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 of those, and you can find where you'll know that one will come through that you can buy. A prime example of that is Tesla right now. I don't know where Tesla's at. I have to click over here. But Tesla right now is a prime example. If you're a bull, right, out there, if you're just a bull listening to this broadcast right now, you are looking for a bounce off 1100. That is the bounce to buy. So if we can get down to 1100 today, I will buy that bounce. Does that make sense? So rather than asking me at 1220, when Tesla's at 1220, should I buy here? Always look for the opportunities to buy dips and to not be fearful down at those dips. Same goes for Oracle. Just set yourself an alert at $85, sell for profit, and then re-enter. If you're upside down in a trade like this, always, trying to you should never be holding this anyways. You should be holding from 85 to where resistance is. Let the banks do the work for you, and then retake that trade above, right? So you'd retake this trade at 90.62. So you're not trading this area here. You're trading this area here. You're trading this area here, and you're trading this area here. And if you're a bear, you'd be trading this area here down, right? And you'd be trading this area going down as well. So you've got some touchy feeling going on in the 21 moving average, 21 day moving average. 11 1123, and you could still see some consolidation down at 1100. It could slide slightly down for a few days on Tesla. So I'd be looking for a touch on 1100. Then I'd be looking for maybe a couple days, 2-3 days of slightly downward on top of that bullish channel, right? That you saw that bull flag that was on Tesla, and then it ripped much higher. And actually, a bounce off 1100 to 1190 gives you 80 points. It's a pretty good day for Tesla. Sometimes you'll miss them. Sometimes it'll come right back at 1123. Like the buyers will step up on a ticker from that 1100 support because greed kicks in for bulls. So I'm a buyer of this buy down here at 474 if we can get down here today. We'll look up Tesla. We'll let that load up here for a minute. If some of you guys, if you don't trade Tesla a lot, it's usually, you'll see 80 to 90 point runs, 100, then you'll see sometimes like 90 to 130, 140 point runs over a few days, 3-4 days. Then you'll see 3 to 4 or 5 days of downward movement, especially for moving up, right? You want to catch that move. You want to catch each move. You had a move here on the 21st of December. We traded that, right? If you guys remember, we traded this move. It ended on the 27th. And we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of consolidation. We just had a nice, sexy move above that took 2 days. 3 days if you counted the extra 20 points at 1220. It says we peaked out here at 1211, but I remember it being this morning at like 1217. It's claiming here in cash market that the top this morning was 1211, but I swore I saw 1217 this morning in pre-market. And yeah, if you can get down and catch this bounce off this bull flag, it's not uncommon. So we'll look at, let's see where this bounce is. It's weird too because 1100 sounds right. 1100 sounds about right. So I'm going to be looking to enter Tesla at 1100 if I can. I do want to think about, does it bounce off 1100 and then trade down for 3 to 5 more days and then make another run? I don't know what's going on here. Saw buyers stepping in down here in Tesla at 1124, 1120. That's only 10 points away. Buyers stepping in. So I'm going to set an alert at 1100. And you guys remember too, I missed the IWM call yesterday because I was too cheap. I'm a very cheap trader. I'm looking for max gains. Some of you guys want to take on more risk than I understand that. Getting some light bogging down. I'm going to unplug my camera here. And you've got buyers stepping in on SPY and the option side of things. They're buying the 480Cs on January 7th for $1.08. And they're also doubling down on the January 5th 480C for 48 cents. There's 100,000 contracts that were taken out on that 480C. We do have some interest as well on the 465P on SPY. Those are 36 cents. There's 10,000 contracts out there for 36 cents for January 10th. January 12th is interest on 476P on puts. So January 12th, interest is on 476 puts. January 10th is on 465 puts. And then we've got calls, concentration on January 7th, 480C. And on the January 5th, 480C. See if I can move this back. What's going on here? Yeah, you've got some resistance above here at 1145. 1150, you have some resistance on the SPY or on Tesla that's moving down. So 1150 is now becoming resistance on the SPY. You can see that bounce above here. Talked about if you can't break through the 1150 and reclaim this as support. You've got buyers stepping in now also at 1125, 1119, but again, your major buyers are 1100 on Tesla. And that's where I'm gonna set my alert right now, is to buy 1101. I'm sure you guys all know how this goes, right? And if you are still bullish on Tesla, you think this is just intraday weakness, then you are looking for a break above 1150. 1150 is a key number right now for Tesla on the intraday to break above this number and reclaim this support. If you remember yesterday, today, 1150, well, 1170 was some light support. We had pretty decent support at 1150, and we know we had major support at 1100. But this area right here of contention, this 1150, you really need to break above it. You need to be accepted as new support. If this doesn't hold as new support on Tesla at 1150, then what you'll find out is that we will slowly trade down until we get to what's called the real money. This is where the banks are. They will wait. They will lie here and wait until we trade down to 1100 so they get the position that they want. Sometimes this takes 3 days, 5 days. We'll end up trading down below here. They'll buy it and we'll run it back up again. So if you're ultra bullish, wait for a break above 1155.99, and then you can pick it up and run it up to 1190. But it's a danger zone right now for bulls. This is a rejection area. This is turning into a resistance. And what you really want to do is see a support grow here. If you can get a support to grow here at 1150, that'll then turn into a bullish context for Tesla once again. Let's see if we can get some IWM. So we got IWM calls are back to 6 cents. I might be down to buy those. Oh yeah. Matter of fact, I'm going to enter some right now. Thank you for the heads up. On the IWM calls. You do have some buyers stepping in on call options on Tesla, by the way, and SPY, and Ford. INTC has some more call flow coming in on it. Yeah, did you guys alert me when we tagged down here at 223.37? What about the shit out of that bottom down there on IWM? I wasn't even paying attention to IWM. I'm over here trying to deal with some new tech. Can I get another bounce off 223, please? Can I get one more bounce off 223? Thanks for the heads up on that IWM. I don't know if I would have bought those exact calls again. I'd have to look at the chain. But thanks for the heads up. Yeah, January 5th. I don't like those. Now people are looking at the January 7th calls for 230. You know, I wonder if we hit it on the 10th. So this is kind of interesting. Hold on here. January 10th. It's interesting. There's a lot of interest on calls on IWM on the 10th and 12th, but not on the SPY on the 10th and 12th. And there's some puts out there for 220 on the 14th on IWM. Damn it, I wish I grabbed those calls down below there. That was a nice price. You know, there is something. I was talking to Joe yesterday about IWM, and that, you know, I'm always making fun of Elliott waivers, and it's not that I don't believe in Elliott wave. I do believe in Elliott wave. I just don't think that it's accurate enough to predict. But for general moves, it's not so bad. And I wondered if IWM has had its last correction. It doesn't look like its correction is complete. And I talked about there possibly being some weakness into February and March, that we might see one more drop in IWM. You can see that last tag at like 208. Like to get everybody on board on IWM, and then you create or you complete a corrective move going down to 208 and into February and March. There's such a huge dip that was bought back on December 17th. And people loaded up the boat. Do you guys think that IWM is coming down from here over the next into February and March? At least one more time? So it's good to see Tesla breaking above 1150. You want this acceptance here of 1150. You want this to see this acceptance. And you are going to see bulls step in at this point and run and gun for 1190. If they can hold this 1150, and trade this up to 1190. 1188.67. And it has broken through and over the 20 and 50 on the daily SMA on the 1 minute chart. The SPY is broken above as well. I missed my SPY dip buy. Damn it. I wanted that 474 so bad. I'm so greedy. 1, 2, and 3. Rocket ship. That bounce at IWM was in that channel was almost to the pin on that channel on IWM. All right, I'm going to get back to what I was doing, and I'll check back in with you guys later. Is there a specific ticker that you want me to leave up? Yeah, nothing's random here. Yeah, let's, even though I suggested that buyers were at 474, that's hilarious. You gotta love the people that lose money all day long. Yeah, we looked at Oracle, and yeah, we looked at Oracle. I think Oracle's really is only Oracle is, the thing about Oracle is it doesn't trade like um, it doesn't move like I've tried trade. You really, I mean, if you're gonna buy anything on Oracle, you buy like a 3 month out call and you just forget about it for 2 months or a month and check back on it. I've traded Oracle multiple times. It's like trading Walmart. It's like asking me to put Clorox up. No offense, I like Oracle. It just never moves. Really, if anything, you just buy like year out leaps on Oracle and hope that they get a new CEO. I shouldn't say that. I like Oracle. It's just that it doesn't move. It's not traded by day traders. It's traded by banks only. I've fallen into the Oracle trap too before. So let's be clear out there, okay? I want to be very clear to you traders out there, especially you traders that are new traders, okay? I'm going to be very clear to you. Your real money on the SPY is at 474. You can say whatever you want. You can tell me anything that you want, but that's where the real money is on SPY, okay? And if you want to win more trades than lose more trades, even if it doesn't come to you, I want you guys to understand that. You're going to miss trades because the money comes up higher. Let's say it comes up to 476 or 477. You still want to take, more often than not, you'll move up with the early money and grab it, and it still comes back. It still comes back to where the real money is. So if you are looking at 10, 15, 20 tickers, one of those will come to you to buy. Well, you guys all out there that are chasing money, like I'm telling you, like that just eats your account. I've done it. I've chased money. I've chased tickers. I've switched to letting the ticker come to me to where what I want to pay for it. And it's not just me. These are what banks are willing to pay for it as well. So regardless of where the SPY is right now, you can see that the dip buy is down here at 47.16. Now, that doesn't mean that dip buyers aren't here on the SPY right now, but it does mean that for me, when I'm buying, I'm looking for certain tags. Anything but Tesla? Yeah, we're on SPY. I'm looking to buy 474. So you guys can buy wherever you want to buy. That's where I'm looking to buy. $474.13. Yeah, you mean to check it? I'll check AMC for you. Yeah, you gotta have patience out there. Like you guys, you're not gonna win every trade. Well, you already know you're not gonna win every trade, right? So if you know you're not gonna win every trade, then why are you chasing trades? Like that, chasing trades and not winning every trade equals I lost 7 trades and only won 3. You want to put as many of the odds in your favor as you possibly can before you go all in, right? Before you take on risk. Your wife's boyfriend knows this. We traded the SPY all the way up a week ago or 2, and it was worth taking that risk on. And we made a lot of money on that run up. So do I want to lose all that money on a few points on SPY? Probably not. Yeah, it looks like AMC's on a nice support here. Let's see what you guys got for AMC out there. Look at that, 0, -20. There's some buyers at -20. There's some buyers at 10 bucks. It's terrible. I like this trade at 25. It'd be nice on this trade right here on AMC. Would be an in-the-money call. Do an in-the-money call to 28 bucks. I know it's not Las Vegas big money style, but I bet a real nice buy down here. You've got some light support down below at 20 bucks, but you look like you're at support. This is a nice place to buy AMC. I'm gonna look at my chart. AMC. Ooh, yeah, 24.80 is a great buy. You know, I will say to you that I like that buy at 20. I like the buy at 20 bucks too, to be honest. And it still looks like it's in a corrective phase itself, right? From the $47 mark. Let's have a look. It doesn't look like it's done correcting here. But let's look lower. Let's look lower on AMC real quick. I know the hedge funds, I sit inside of these rooms where all these hedge fund boys say they can't wait for AMC to be $2 or $3 or something. I guess the owner of AMC owns them at like $2 or $3. He loans them out. But 25 bucks is a good area. You still have some buyers down below at 19 or 2011. But even here, I mean, if you just did an in-the-money call for 3 months out, you know at some point it's going to just hammer and get, you know at some point you're going to win. The resistance is at 27.90. Sometimes I miss these trades. I don't know how I miss these trades. Like I would have totally bought that bottom. I liked the hood bottom too, but I was too greedy on hood. I wanted hood at like 15 bucks or something. I still think I might get what I'm looking for in February and March. Like I think we're going to have some downtime coming up. We're going to have a down moment. I did a back test on the market going back to 2007, 2008. And when I back tested the market for where we were at the end of the year this year, we should have at least one down moment this spring. SPY to like 450. It's pretty much guaranteed. Not guaranteed, but it's like an 85% chance of that happening. Yeah, see, this is where I'm at. Let me show you. I was talking to somebody about this the other day. See down here at this 15 right here? If I can catch hood at 15 bucks, I'll be a happy man. Like this right here is where I'm a buyer. And I don't care if I have to wait to get it at 15 for the next 3 months. But that's my plan. Buy this at 15 bucks. Now, could we go up from here? Surely we can, right? We have double the sellers right now on hood. Do I think we can go down here though? Yeah. So this is on my buy list at 15 bucks. No matter what anybody says. And I don't pay attention to too much news. You guys see news, I do trade the news, but I don't trade it like you guys trade the news. I look to see if we're on support, if the news is good, and if we're at resistance, right? Is it used for sell the news? I always hear people out there, they're always talking about, oh, it was sell the news. And I'm like, well, we were at resistance. Major resistance. But I am looking for news to come out around supports and resistances. Sometimes they're blatant about it. Sometimes, they'll put negative news out, but sometimes they don't have negative news, so they'll just use the positive news as a sell the news type event. Let's see if the buyers have stepped up yet on the SPY. Looks like they're still there. There are these buyers right here. Dude, what is going on with I might have to reset this and reboot the entire thing because I'm saving previous workspaces here, and it's probably using 8 or 10 gigs right now of my GPU. Probably should have reset it on Friday of last week. And saving all the historical data. Yeah, there's good defending right now on SPY or on Tesla. Problem with Tesla though is if it doesn't establish. Problem with Tesla is it has to create. So you really want acceptance of 1150 as support on Tesla. I don't like that the banks are down at 1100 on Tesla right now. What's going on here? I don't like that the banks are down at 1100. We've seen this time and time and again with Tesla. You guys know, you'll see a support out at 1150, then you'll see 3, 4, 5 days of sideways down movement, and then we make that ripper move. Let's see if we can get this chart looking good. It does look like some of the buyers are disappearing here. Looks like they've moved up from this 474, and now they're just attacking up above. Bulls are defending. Let's see if I get my 474 or not. The bulls are definitely stepping up right here. I want you to pay attention to where we are on SPY. You saw that one dip this morning on SPY, right? It was at 1105. We had another dip at 1127. And what looked like a real dip, but now it's looking like a false dip at 1142. And right now we're at 1203, right? And you had somewhat of a failure on the 7MA. On the SMA on SPY, it was rejected on the daily SMA. If you bring up a daily SMA, right, on the simple moving average, on the, what is that? On the daily 100 SMA on the SPY, right? 1 minute candle on the SPY with a 100 SMA, we rejected. You don't want to see that. And we are seeing some support disappear on the SPY down at 474. There's a little bit, but you see this? I want you to see this line right here. I don't like this line disappearing. I don't like seeing that right there. Let's see if they've gone lower. Yeah, I don't like seeing that right there. 463. 460. I doubt we get that low. I really do. $478, 480 Ps, 288,000. Roblox has some puts coming out. January 7th, 97p. Oof. It sold off ugly. It's a nice sell-off on Roblox. I like Roblox. If we can get Roblox down to like back to 60 or 70, I'd be stoked. Buy that all day long. SPY. Let's take a look at some SPY puts. 474 is now down to 50 cents. I like the price of SPY put. You know, if SPY 474's got down to like 30 cents, 20, 30 cents, I might buy them. Maybe they were already at 30 cents at 47, 60 or 70. Two, three. $471 for Wednesday. $470p. Wow, the dippers are strong here. Very strong by the dippers. By the dippers are savages right now. Look at 1 month out. All right, just a second here. I want to look at something. You know, the hourly candle right now in SPY, you've got 45 or 4.5 million volume, green bar just growing. Tesla. I think I'm going to be looking to buy AFRM here, close to buying AFRM. If I can get it at 73.04. It's at 82.57. It's at 81.94. I want to see what it's looking like right now. Let's see, 82. What is AFRN doing? Yeah, right down here, right? 80, 75. How deep can it go? 65. How deep can, that's not so bad. It's pretty good. So we've got buyers at 80. Next support 75.08 and then 65.76. When's their earnings report? They don't even have one yet, do they? AFRM. Aren't they? They're pre-IPO, aren't they? Their earnings are February 10th. February 10th. Let's look at a firm. February 10th. They look like they're going to pin them, huh? I wonder if you could trade a firm with us with a butterfly. Calls are stupidly overpriced. Ridiculous interest in a firm. I remember when a firm started trading up, it was awesome. Made good money. Like some January 28th butterflies would be nice. So you could do like a butterfly or fly somewhere down to 65, 100. Let me see what that comes out to. Trade FRN. Do we say January? neutral. January 28th, let's say. $65, $80s, and $90s. Dude, that's a gangster trade. So if you traded an iron condor, I don't even know if that's better than the fly. It's actually pretty good. Or it'd have to go below 70. You really want it at like 60. That's too tight on the butterfly. If we did like an iron condor on AFRM right now, expiring January 28th, it's not really the best date to do it on. If you did it on like the third week of January, look at the third week of January. 338.65. I don't know. That's not a good one either. I don't like that either. Maybe that is the best date. If you did like an iron condor, 65, 70, 94, 99. 65, 70, 94, 99. Or maybe a 60, 65. And like a 100, 105 or something, a wide spread iron condor. It costs $313, but it prints 187. And you're pretty much guaranteeing that. You buy the dippers are down here at 66. Actually, you could just do it at 65, 70, 94, 99. And as long as you stayed within 165, AFRM has a tendency though to rip. Like it can rip, but there's a ton of it's being shorted to hell, and there's a ton of puts on it. I bet you it's going to get pinned in this zone into end of January. The FRM. There is a contingent of dip buyers down here. It's at 80. I don't know what the news is in AFRM right now, if it's doom or gloom or not. Yeah, that's the one problem is the volatility of AFRM. There is volatility, hands down. I can't say that there isn't. But a condor that's like allows you to trade up to like 95 to 100 and trade as far down as 65, you'd probably have time to close it. But you'd have to think about when is it going to start ripping. Is it going to start ripping? I mean, I agree. There is volatility in AFRM. I can't. That's the one downside. Brad Kesner, Gambling Hotline, laughed my ass off. Dude, that's a pretty good trade. IWM is not lagging, is it? I thought IWM was pulling pretty well. So when do you guys paper trade that trade out there? Here's the paper trade, okay? Paper trade this trade and see what happens. I want to see if this trade works. So wait a minute. Did I get rid of that trade? When I used to call it a 65, shit. I just deleted the trade. Hold on, I gotta put the trade back in again. God dang it. That's a pretty fair trade. That's the one thing. Whoever said that there's a lot of volatility in AFRM, I agree with that. There's a ton of volatility. I made a lot of money on the run-up on AFRM. That was some serious money making on that trade. Let's see. You do a neutral condor, and then you do You make it a 65-70 and then a 95-100 iron condor. It's got a 70% probability of winning. Costs $316 to make $184. Now, even though it has a 70% chance of winning, that does not take into account, I bet, that probability does not take into account AFRM's volatility, because it can move, AFRM can move like 30 points in the, well, maybe not 30 points, maybe like 15 solid points on a ripper, I think. That's what I remember it being. I'll look back and see their best days. Like their best days, what do we got? 109 to 130, 139. So yeah, so you could do a 30-point day on AFRM, which is insane. But a spread of 65 to 100, you could cut that thing loose before you lose any real money. Bulls are like, I'm buying the dip on AFRM. Yeah, it rips and dips, I agree. You'd be more confident in some call spreads and hedge with some low cost puts. Yeah, you know, that would be nice. If you could buy, you know what else would be good is just buy the stock where it is right now and sell puts below 65, and you'd be doing pretty well. Even if the stock traded down to 65, you'd hold the value of what you paid for it at 80. That's a really good idea, Blood Stunt. I like that idea too. Yeah, I don't think IWM's lagging at all. So you can check IWM's in a channel right now, bullish reversal. Even though we're in a bullish reversal, there could have been a fake out on the corrective move of IWM. I think IWM does come down. I'm betting on IWM coming down to 208. That this second corrective move, the second corrective move began on December 8th, and then it bottomed out at 208. But I'm wondering if we get one more stab at it. History says we will get one more stab at it. So I'm betting on those statistics. Statistically speaking, between now and March, we'll get one more stab at IWM at a bottom again. Some kind of a localized bottom. Probably at 212 would be I'd start entering along again at 212. Right now for today in IWM, it's not lagging at all. It's not doing very well. It had a great bounce off the channel that it's in on its weekly channel. It's actually been for what, 5 trading days, I think. 1, 2. This is its 3rd trading day, and it just made its 3rd tag on an ascending wedge, or not a wedge, but this is bullish context. So you could trade IWM right now until right back to 227 again, and pick up another call for 227 on IWM expiring Friday, and you have a fair chance of it hitting, maybe even next week. You're just doing in the money spread where it's at right now, and it's probably going to be there at some point in a week or above for now. Because we do have earnings season coming up. I don't know. I'm trying to run all these calculations on am I bearish or bullish here. And right now I'm not trading anything. I haven't picked up any trades on. You have more buyers than sellers now in AFRM, just by the way. AFRM, there are buyers stepping in here. It is a major support that they're at right now, just as a heads up. So at $80, there is major support on AFRM. 65 is greedy, me wanting to buy the dip on them. Maybe you just set a line at 65, and if it comes down to 65, you know you can probably buy it there. Look at the SPY again. And if you can't buy it at 65 and it just keeps ripping from 80, you missed another one. But if you do enough of these, yeah, Roblox is turning around as well now. Roblox just had a nice bounce off 92. We can check Roblox. It might be a nice buying opportunity as well. These are both meta plays. If you guys hate Facebook and you want to know what the real metaverse is, these are two of them. Or Roblox is one of those companies. Generally speaking, Roblox is bullish. The trade might have cooled off now. You guys want to trade for 2022? Roblox is still in that talk. Or the next 5 years, you want to buy some stock for your kids or for your future kids? Yeah, see, look, all the buyers are right here on Roblox. You're pretty much at a bottom on Roblox right now. We can get more granular and see if we can get it slightly cheaper. But you see this right here? This is excellent. See this hard support down here at $92? Like that's a nice buy for Roblox. Buy some 92, just buy some stock and then sell puts below. We had a nice bounce back here on December 16th and December 15th. It looks like the trade was really picked up by the banks at $76. But I don't see any buyers down there at 76. There's a lot of interest as well on Roblox here. You know, me hoping that, oh, wait a minute, you got one more little buy zone right here at $90.37. You've got some more buyers hanging out down below, but that's not the smart money. You know, Roblox is moving up. You can't deny that. There's nobody down here at 75 anymore. So I'd put this at a bottom. I'm putting Roblox at a bottom right now. Whoever called out Roblox, I don't know if you guys didn't call them out. Roblox and AFRM are worth looking at right now. At least do some due diligence on them and where they are in the market. I don't think that trade is over right now. And even if it was to trade down slightly more, let's say we had market weakness, I don't see Roblox staying at $90 in 3 years. Maybe. I guess if we had a market crash or something. You'll probably see a Meet Kevin video on it the next day or two. You'll see Meet Kevin break out, and the guy with the round brim hat, whoever that guy is, and they'll be pumping Roblox. Because it's a good price. Henry. She took Henry from me. No love for me. Let's find out why Palantir's got so many puts on it. PLTR. Why is everybody negative on Palantir? You think it's going lower or something? I don't know. I don't see lower on Palantir. Maybe it's just going to be pinned. Looks like there's some pinning coming on the market, or pinning coming on ERs for some of these speculative stocks. And you got buyers down here at Palantir at 1751. This looks like just more bullshit pinning. It's at 1790. 1749 buyers, 1701 buyers. Palantir just shit the bed. It's another one of those same stocks, right? Those are retail favorites. Checking on Tesla. XLF is doing great today. It's still up. Palantir just had a bounce. Pretty rock got cheap, like 17 90, 1750. XLF has taken off once more again. They've been consolidating since 11 o'clock this morning for the past hour, hour and a half. XLE just made a comeback as well. XLE, XLF were some good trades today. GME was a good trade. Ford was a good trade. So you got GME, Ford, XLE, XLF. INTC is recovering now. They found a bottom down there at $52. You saw those INTC calls come in. That, I think it was INTC golden ticket, right? Came in at some point, tapped twice, now moving higher. AMC's still trying to drill, but I don't think it's going anywhere. I think 25 is about where bottom is right now on AMC. Roblox is turning around. Palantir is turning around. Zoom just keeps pumping. RK sold down to $90. Can I get RK at 75? I really want RK at 75. That does look like a capitulation move in RK today. There's 10 million sellers. This is the second time it's bounced off a localized bottom. That's 3 taps right now. 4, I guess. 1, 2, 3, and this would be number 4. I still want RK at like $75, and I'd buy it all day long. I don't think we'd get to 60. 60 would be the low end on RK. But 91's not bad. Amazon, same thing. You're watching all these bottoming. It's like you got Amazon on 12/3, right? December 3rd, they hit 33.40. They hit it again on December 14th, December 15th, December 16th, December 17th, December 21st. They did it again just now on the opening value on the 3rd, and now again on the 4th. Interesting on Amazon. Please like and subscribe to these live streams. They take a lot of time out of my day. They cost me a lot of money to produce. I'm trying to improve the live stream, bring you guys some. Today I think I can get a computer hooked up today, so I can do a dual PC setup, and we can have a better stream for you. There is some dip buyers coming in on Amazon right now. Be aware of the Amazon dip buy right now. I'm going to bring up Amazon. Tesla's ripping higher. They defended the 50, the 1150. Tesla's defended the 1150. They're ripping higher. They're blasting through 1160 right now. Target on Tesla is 1190 if they can hold 1150. If you are a Tesla bull, when you watch the 1150 being defended like it is, you've got sellers being worn out above, and your price target is once again 1195, 1200. This is a very bullish move for Tesla, defending this 1150. It's a beautiful thing to see right here. This does not bode well for bears to see this defending of the 1150 mark. Keep your eyes on Amazon. We're going to load it up in the background here because Amazon just hit a bottom. Some real bottoms coming into the market right now that look juicy. Yeah, please like and subscribe to these videos if you can. Please become a subscriber. I have a donate button. Even if you can only donate $5 a month, $10 a month, If you're a new trader, if you're poor, just like and subscribe. If you're making money or saving money on these trades, if I'm helping you to show you where to buy the dips, where to sell the rips, please donate and support the channel, because this stuff costs me a lot of money, and I really don't want to be doing this for free for long. If I get bored of this at some point, I'll just turn it off and trade on my own. I shouldn't have said that, right? I don't know. I'm not getting bored yet, though. Probably be in like 6 months or a year. So your price target above is 1,200. You are breaking through this resistance level right now in Tesla at 1161.99. Might have to enter a trade here. Amazon as well is looking outstanding right now. And like an in-the-money call spread on Amazon leading into their ER at this price right here is insane. And cheap. I mean, look at that wall of support down here for Amazon. It's a great place to buy Amazon. And this is a bank hedge. If they sell Amazon, if they really sell Amazon, you're talking about, that's the end of the market, right? Tesla, buy the dipper stepping in. Amazon, buy the dipper stepping in. Get a 3,300, 33, get like a 33.0, 3,300 call spread, heavily in the money. You think we're selling 3,300 on Amazon? That'll be the market being sold. Means we're selling the entire market. Probably not happening until after ER. Price target is still 1,200 on Tesla. We had a price target of 1190 earlier, but it looks like we've exhausted some of those sellers, panic sellers. So we're going to go with, and we just broke through these sellers here at 1162. Price target 1,200. Can one of you guys say get it on out there or something? Massive buyers stepping in on Tesla right now. You got 271,000 to 198,000. Hero indicators off the charts. Sexy bounce off 1140, 1150. Protected that support. Amazon doesn't look dangerous. Amazon looks like it's going to rip. Yeah, no. So this is a bullish context for Tesla, whether you like it or not. That's what it is. They just destroyed the sellers at 1150, reclaimed 1150. What that says is that they're building support at 1150. You've got blue skies above to 1,200. And of course, what do we see on AMC? Same thing we talked about just a few minutes ago. You've got dip buyers stepping in at 24.64, and it's starting to green bar itself. That is a place to buy AMC. All the buyers had shown up at $25. Palantir's catching a bid. Roblox is catching a bid. Roblox maybe not catching a bid yet. Keep your eyes on Roblox. AMC, though, catching a bid. INTC is just one giant green bar at this point. That was a golden ticket that I posted on Twitter this morning. XLE is rocket shipping right now. SPY's still like, I don't want to say a bad word. GME still cranking, or GM. I keep saying GME, I mean GM. Ford still cranking. IWM cranking away. Just plotting along. I like IWM here still. XLP and XLU. I thought those would have sold at this point. I don't like that XLU and XLP keep going up. XLU is selling off slightly, but XLP is still holding in there. Consumer staples are just still keep just pumping. They had a dip a little bit. They had a dip yesterday, but they rode real high and nice today. I like seeing financials taking over, though. I want to see financials taking over. It's a nice chart on Tesla right here, huh? It's a beautiful chart. It looks gorgeous. Good job to the bulls. You guys are breaking through that last resistance. So this last resistance was 1159.60, and no other sellers are above you right now to 1200. Let all your friends know out there. Heavy Tesla call flow coming in. We've got 300,000 buyers, 279,000 buyers to 203,000 sellers. Tesla wants to make that move to 1200. Where are the Oracle Bears now, by the way? All right, Hutch. All right, Hutch. All right, I'm bringing up Oracle, brother. I'm bringing it up. I got you, Hutch. Hutch, you stick around this. You know why I'm bringing Oracle up for Hutch? Because he sticks around. That guy's in the chat box all day long, every day. I'm gonna hook up Oracle for Hutch. That guy's always asking questions. He's always bantering. Wait a minute. No instrument selected. What do you mean no instrument selected? Give me that Oracle. We'll bring up Oracle for Hutch. Fucking squeaky, what do they call it? Squeaky wheel gets the grease? All right, let's see what we're talking about here. God damn it, Hutch. You lured me in again. 87.77. That's where the dip buyers are. Your price target, Hutch, is 89.56, 89.95. We'll give you some hopes and dreams. Oh, you still get your big buyers, though, are still down at $85. Okay? $85. Maybe you could buy right here if you wanted to. You really want to buy? Buy this. Buy at 88.32. And ride it to 89.47. Get some more buyers stepping in down below at 87.82. God damn it, Hutch. Probably shouldn't be saying God dang it on the internet, should I? I don't want to offend anybody. I don't want to subscribe. Probably pissing people off out there. I don't want to piss anybody off. You know what? I'll stop using those bad words. I got to clean up my act around here. I have to clean it up. Hutch is engaged. I just sold my calls at 35%. Okay, Hutch, you're out. Are you out of Oracle? Yeah, so do I have some issues with Bookmap by streaming it live? Okay, so Jason, I'm going to answer some questions for you specifically and some of you out there. So I am currently, today, at some point, I had to order some equipment. So I have a very good computer, but the computing power that it takes to stream in 1080p, then to it's like the streaming is itself is or is taxing. Then I have monitors off that computer that tax the GPU. Then I have Bookmap running on it. So Bookmap takes up anywhere they claim 4 to 6 gigs, but it goes up to like 8 to 10 gigs of power, which is taxing. So I purchased some stuff that I can create a dual or triple PC setup. I can run the streaming on one computer, run Bookmap on a separate computer, but to connect them all together, I needed some equipment. So I just bought some Elgato equipment to do that. So in the next day or two, if I can work out whatever bugs arise tonight or tomorrow, I should be able to get a very clear stream for you guys. Plus that I'm running Flow Algo, I'm running a new Squawk service, I'm running charting software, and then I'm running my own trading. I'm trading on 3 different brokerages depending on the trades I'm putting on. And then I've got a bunch of other stuff. I've got a camera that's running off this computer, and then I'm adding a Sony a6000 in today or tomorrow or the next couple days. I'm waiting on a new lens to come in for it and some connections for that as well, another Elgato connection device. But while I'm upscaling this, I'm also looking into buying Blade servers to just run it all off a server. And I'm going to have Joe Donut, hopefully, and the guys from this company help me to maybe get my own IP address to run all this off. But it costs, it's probably, when I'm done, it's probably going to cost me like 10 grand to set up a legit system and get this stuff out to you properly. Maybe 5 grand, $5,000 to $10,000, somewhere in there when I'm done. So I'm in the process of doing this. I've only had this channel going for a couple weeks, like 2-3 weeks. So it's just going to take me a week or 2, 3 weeks to get all this up and running for you guys, so that it's probably better than most of the. I guarantee that within a week or 2, and once I get the classes out, I bet you this content is better than your $600 and $1,000 a month subs that you guys pay for out there. I know you guys pay for some ridiculous subs. I know some of you, some of you at least have experience doing that. So we're going to try to make this a free sub by donation only, and also try to attract a mix of new traders so that new traders and experienced traders can help each other. I'm not a negative guy when it comes to trading. I want all of retail to make money. You guys aren't taking money from each other. You guys are taking money from the banks. I see too much snarkiness on many discords, and I see too much snarkiness in trading rooms. And I'm not a poisonous person, right? I don't like to poison conversations or not explain things where people don't understand them. So if we can offer something like this to regular traders out there, that's what we're going to do. And so it's just going to take me a week or 2 to get this stuff to. Right now it's kind of jimmy rigged, right? And I need to wait for some of this equipment to come in the mail. Yeah, we did and canceled it. What are you guys writing over here? Hold on a second. BU cap. I don't think any of us care, though. So respect it, though. That's why you're making him clean up his act. Oh, licensing. I pay for the license. I pay a lot of money for the license. I don't know. Maybe I'll get in trouble. If I get in trouble, I'll dump it. Yeah, I'm wondering if I'm allowed to display it publicly. I'll have to check right now. Let me look and see. That'll be, I'm going to write that down right now and find out if I can display it publicly. I'm not sure. I mean, can you display Weeble publicly? Can you display Thinkorswim publicly? Is there anything that you can't display publicly? I'm not sure. If I'm not charging anybody for it, can I not display it? I'm going to look into that this afternoon. That's a good question. There are quite a few Bookmap live streams on YouTube. Yeah, I'm unsure because I don't charge for the content. I don't, yeah, the donations are putting a dent in the costs. Absolutely. You got, dude, I'm stoked that you guys donate to me. More than you know. Like, you have no idea. It keeps me motivated to want to keep doing this stuff. So it helps all day long. And I know who you guys are out there that help and support this channel. And there's a core group of you that are supporting this channel out there. But I'm going to look at it tonight and find out if I can display it. But it does beg the question, like, do you know a single YouTuber out there anywhere that doesn't display stuff? Maybe like a Meet Kevin might not display stuff because he's so big. But I think if you look around on the internet, most traders are displaying some form of charting software. I don't know. I have to check though. I'm gonna check tonight. I bet somewhere it says I can't. I'd have to do it incognito, I guess. Sign up with a mustache and glasses. Yeah, that's the other thing. So, Jason, on that topic too. So, like, I'm eligible right now to chart or to do advertising on YouTube. Like, they keep asking me, do you want to start running ads? Do you want to start, all this other shit to make money? And I'm like, no, I don't want you guys. Like, if I watch a YouTube ad on a video on YouTube, it drives me insane. So I haven't signed up for any of the common YouTube things. I don't really care about making money on the YouTube side of things or on the YouTube advertising programs that they have. I'll never sell you guys merchandise or any of that crap. You guys never see me post. I think maybe once I posted an affiliate link, but you'll never see me, generally speaking, post like affiliate links to trading platforms or flow platforms. I try not to do any of this undercover. I have a real bone to pick with for-profit, shouldn't say that, but like for-profit type of subscription services. I feel like there's always this undercurrent of trying to take money from people rather than trading, focusing on trading. So I limit the money to donations or tips or donations. I don't sell any swag. I don't give you guys affiliate links. I don't try to push products during the live stream, and I don't allow YouTube to throw advertising at you guys. Yeah, no ads. I don't do any of that ad shit. They asked me if I want to enroll in the ad program, and I'm not down with that. All right, hold on. 16 to 50 on the 50 on 50 to see if framing is how you like. You may want a 35 mil or 28 mil. Yeah, so I think I got, what did I buy? I bought a new lens. Not the lens that I was talking about yesterday. Someone's talking to me right now. I wound up buying a Sigma. I bought a Sigma. Let me see what I bought. So I bought yesterday. So I had a lens that was a 16 to 50, but it had a really crappy 3.5 f on it. What did I buy last night? So this guy, Joe Donut, sent me down a rabbit hole in lenses last night. And in the middle of the night, I was in like the middle of the night dreaming or whatever. And I'm like, I can't not buy a nice lens. So what did I buy? Let me see what I bought. Wait a minute. Tell you guys what I bought for a lens. Any of you camera aficionados out there. I bought a Sigma 30 millimeter f1.4 lens for a Sony E. So a Sigma 30 millimeter f1.4. I should look sexy like. It should look sexy like Joe Donut's Zoom calls. Well, let me go back to where you guys are talking. Not like you, Cap. Thanks for the donation. I appreciate it, Chris. Yeah, the setup's not cheap. It's expensive. Like just my trading stuff for myself, like alone, is anywhere from 10 to 15 grand, like 12,000, 13,000 a year. And then I had to increase my internet, started building out a studio space, started buying lights and cameras and more computers and all this other stuff so that we can upscale this to a legit operation. You can display it. You're not sharing the application, Sporky's saying. The licensing is for the application, not a video feed of your screen. YouTube money can be pretty good. Yeah, like YouTube money can be very good. It can be very lucrative. But I'm not looking for lucrative. I'm just looking for pay. If I can pay for the time that I'm doing this to keep me happy, pay for the equipment and for like the internet and all other kind of crap, I'll be stoked. Like I'm happy if that's paid for. I'll be on here every day with you guys. That keeps me fine and happy. Check that the 50 millimeter focal length is good for the view that you want. Yeah, so I was gonna buy the 16 millimeter with the 1.4 on that Sigma, and the 30. I bought the 30, right? Is that what I bought? The 30 millimeter. Excuse me. The 30 millimeter. So my camera would be set up 2 meters away from me, almost like 6 feet, 4 or 5 to 6 feet away from me, which is the same zoom as the 16 millimeter camera lens. So I wound up with the 50 for where my camera would be located. Trust me, Joe, I went down the rabbit hole last night, brother. I went down the rabbit hole. Yeah, I got the 30 millimeter Sigma 1.4 or f1.4. So I got that blurry background. Yeah, and I am creating actually, a bunch of you guys have gone out and gotten Bookmap, so I am getting some business for Bookmap, and I haven't done an affiliate link with them. I try not to do that like undercover you're selling stuff thing. Do you think the amount of capital you invested in your setup has drastically improved your earnings? Yes. So my regular trading setup has made me a very like I don't work anymore. I flip houses, but other than that, like I don't really work anymore. You guys overheard a conversation with one of my workers yesterday, right? One of my workers came in and he was poor. Not poor, but he was broke. There was no work for him. And he needed some money, right? So I was able to take care of my worker, right? And he was coming over to see if he could help with some of the construction on this new house. So, yeah, I'm doing well. Like I don't have to do the work myself. The setup that I pay for that makes me money is so I pay for Bookmap, I pay for futures and DX, the full futures package. There's like one or two or there's different packages, but I pay for the expensive one, pay for the DX feed, I pay for the hero indicator. That stuff all comes out to like $500 a month, $300 to $500 a month. That's no joke, right? That's like $3 to $4 grand for just charting. Then I pay for Flow Algo. That stuff's not cheap. I don't know what that costs a month. Like what is that a month? Like $150 or something stupid? I don't remember. Flow Algo is like not cheap. It's the best. I've paid for all of them. That's the other thing I want you guys to know is that it's $99 a month, I think. $100 a month for Flow Algo, that's $1,200 a year. So right there, you're talking about what is that a year? You're already up to like $6 grand, something stupid like that. $5 grand, and just Flow Algo, just Bookmap, and then I pay for News Squawk. That's like $300 a month. Then I pay for what else do I pay for? I don't pay for Tasty. I pay for my trades. But I use Tasty Trade because the helpline is good. What else do I pay for? I'm trying to think of anything else that I pay for. Just my internet, and I have a bunch of laptops and displays that I can take anywhere I want. Internet's like $100 a month. So what is that? $1,200 a year on that. I use Webull for candlestick charts. I use Tasty and Options AI for my spreads. And I use, I don't use any of the brokerages right now. I thought I used a third one right now, but I think I'm only using those two right now. So yeah, it's expensive. It's not cheap. And then I got to spend the time doing this. I do my research every night. I started out doing just a daily brief that was just typed in every night on Twitter. Before that, I was on Wall Street Bets and Vegas Bets. And then I went on Twitter. I finally left because I was disgusted with the astroturfing. And I was the original Wall Street Better for many, many, many moons ago. And now I'm doing this. So, yeah, does it help me as a trader? Absolutely. But does it cost money? Yes, it costs money. You have to be making money to be paying for this stuff because it's not cheap. So Brad's saying he needs a better flow. This option strategy isn't cutting it. Yeah, if you watch Flow Algo for a solid month, you have to understand Flow Algo. But Flow Algo is pretty much, if you want to enter a trade for that day, and if you want to enter golden tickets, it's a no-brainer. There was INTC news. Yeah, right. So right now I'm struggling right now. So I need to create a better schedule, and I also need to get this dual PC setup going so that I can actually just trade while I run this stream during the day. And right now I can't trade and stream because of how it's set up. You know, I tried Black Box. I want you guys all to know that I've paid for every known sub out there subscription. I've paid for classes, a lot of money. I'm not going to name names. I've paid for probably the top 10 flow services, 10. I've paid for like 5 different news services. I've used every brokerage under the sun. You name it, like Ninja. I've used, I got Bookmap here. I've used Thinkorswim. I pay for Thinkorswim every month. Not Thinkorswim. I pay for TradingView every month too. I forgot about that. Pay $79 a month TradingView. There's another cost. That's another $1,000 every year. Shouldn't be telling you guys what I spend for my trading. But I've paid for everything. Like I've gone through and tried every single service out there. I get lost in a lot of these options, these call option services. I feel like there's so much information that it's not directed into an exact trade. And Flow Algo, what it does, you might miss some of the best trades. Some days, like let's say 1 out of 5 days you miss the best trades, but the other 4 days, there's always a solid trade in there. So I learned from a market maker how to trade. Wait a minute. This is how I started to learn how to trade. So what I did was I started way back in the day when Bitcoin first came online, and I was an early adopter of Bitcoin when it was worth pennies. And I was a burner, so I got a Burning Man and stuff like that. I was part of the Occupy Wall Street movements before, when it was first movement, and they had this big thing at Burning Man and Occupy Wall Street theme at Burning Man many years ago. And so I learned about Bitcoin at that time. All the Silicon Valley boys were hanging out down there when they were nobody, when nobody knew who they were. And you know, you learn about this stuff, right? So that I adopted Silk Road and used Bitcoin for Silk Road. And then, of course, I got older and grew out of that phase of my life and started to trade on Wall Street Bets. So traded learning and failing on Wall Street Bets for many years. Eventually, I became a good trader, or good enough where I was noticed by a core group of traders on Wall Street Bets. And they invited me into a sub called Vegas Bets. And I'm not going to name names for those guys. Some of you guys out there might know who those people are. So I went into their sub, their private Reddit sub, I guess, subreddit. And those guys taught me really how to trade. Those guys were all professionals in there. Or not all, but it was a good mix of professionals. And those guys taught me how to trade in the early years of Wall Street Bets. So I spent almost a decade in Wall Street Bets. And then, before the GME thing, like December, January, it was November. It was like when I had like 3 accounts on Reddit, and my 12-year account, I think a 12-year-old account on Reddit, and I was permanently banned from the, I shouldn't be telling any of these stories. My 12-year-old account on Reddit was banned, permabanned by the moderator, the head moderator of the Nikola subreddit of Reddit. He had come into Wall Street Bets and was saying that we shouldn't be carpet astroturfing his subreddit or something like that, and I had responded to him to go F himself because of the fraud that was going on. I wasn't a trader of Nikola, but I was very upset at how many traders got burned on that fraud, and he was still defending that company. And so I got permanently banned, and then they went in and took away all my accounts on Reddit. I was so pissed off that I switched over to Twitter. No, Vegas Bets is a private sub within Wall Street Bets. This is all old school Wall Street Bets stuff. Oh yeah, GME. Yeah, so I've got a Twitter history about GME. I owned GME at $5 and $20 and $15, $25. Yeah, I have a history on Twitter for that too. So I was in that whole crew of people, and some of you guys probably don't know this. There's like 155 of you guys listening right now. I'd bet that 1 to 5 of you know what I'm talking about. Story time. So yeah, so those guys taught me how to trade. I had a prop trader teach me. I had a hedge fund guy teach me. There's one guy you guys probably know out there. Sater helped teach me. If any of you guys know who Sater is, he picked me up and took me along, taught me how to trade. He's a hedge fund guy. And then I had one more mentor out there. I've even got a YouTube mentor. There's a guy that I follow on YouTube. I really like Bob Kendall. I haven't been watching him recently, but I really like his stuff. He's an old school market maker. I don't know him, but I've met him. I've met him not in person, but I've talked to him before. You guys should follow him on YouTube. I don't really recommend too many follows on YouTube, but I recommend him. I watch his stuff. He's a very wise man, older guy, a lot of time in the market. I usually, whenever all the due diligence that I do, right? I do all my due diligence, then I look at the book map, I look at Spot Gamma. I pay for Spot Gamma too. I use Spot Gamma. I forgot them. I pay them, I don't know. I have their professional one. It's like $75 a month or something, $80 a month. And I'll put all that stuff together every night. And then I used to watch Bob every night so that I could compare my notes to his and see what I was missing. He was really the last piece of my puzzle. I haven't been watching him recently because I don't want to be influenced by him. I don't want to have that overlap anymore if I'm going to do a channel of any kind. Because I don't want to be stealing content. I don't watch anyone's YouTube channels anymore. Sometimes I'll look at their like screenshot or what they're talking about, and that's it. Try not to watch YouTube anymore because I don't want to get influenced by what other people are thinking or saying or putting out there. Yeah, the Kendall report. I love Kendall. I'll always back that guy up. Guys, that guy is, of any of the YouTube channels that are out there, that guy has no fluff, no bullshit. No, he's not trying to pump a stock or anything like that. And I used to actually pay for he has software too that he uses. And I forget what it's called, WaveTech. And I used to pay for WaveTech for a while. I used WaveTech. Cloth masks are useless. Yeah, Hedge Eye. Yeah, but his name is Bob Kendall. His name is Bob Kendall. I'd consider him probably if there was someone that I watched from the regular, if there's someone I've watched different YouTube channels over the years, everybody does it. Everybody falls into watching YouTube channels. If there was one guy out there that's been spot on, he's missed a few big calls, but if you were to look at Bob Kendall versus everyone else, his batting average beats any other YouTube channel I've ever seen, and I've watched a lot of them. Yeah. Oh yeah, and I forgot Mr. Yen. I should not have missed Mr. Yen. So Mr. Yen is the GOAT. I used to watch him too, and I stopped watching him because I didn't want to be influenced by him. He was the first YouTuber that I gave up. I used to watch Mr. Yen on the regular and Bob Kettle on the regular. And when I started doing my typed up reports, I stopped watching Mr. Yen because he was creeping into my reports. And I was like, I can't do that. I can't take other people's stuff. Well, I can't. Well, you want to do research from other people, but I felt bad. Like I love Mr. Yen. You guys, if you don't follow Mr. Yen, follow him. He's worth the follow all day long. I also like for Twitter people. I love Markets and Mayhem. I love at Quinn Invests. I love Derek. Is it Derek Trades or Derek Cotenoy? I like him for the bears perspective. He's one of the best bears in terms of if there's like I can't watch any doom bears and I can't watch any uber pumper bulls. I try to trade the market that's in front of me, and I don't want to get influenced by the doom and gloom, and I don't want to get influenced by the pumpers. So I like Derek because he can go back and forth. Uh, I also like, who else do I like? There's a couple guys for volatility that I like out there. And I like at Jedi Marcus. He's badass for a Twitter follow. Follow him and his whole crew. There's like was it Spaz Trader or something? There's the whole gang of those guys. Volatility Wiz. And there's a little group of traders within that circle of at Jedi Marcus. Those guys are all bangers. Those guys are hardcore traders, old school professionals. And any kind of information they drop on Twitter is worth a follow. Yeah, follow my cursor. Let me take a drink. I love Mr. Yen. Yeah, Brian, the real Brian Watt. He's awesome. I love him. Guy's a gangster. That guy's made money for so many years. He's probably making more money than my father. That guy's a gangster. Still looking below at this 474. Middle of the day blues, right? Middle of the afternoon, not too much going on in the market right now. You guys want to look at a specific ticker? I know. Is this Boomer channel now, Oracle? Yeah, you can't watch too much doom and gloom, and you can't watch too much of the pumper stuff either. I mean, you really can't. You can't watch too much of either side of that conversation. You really got to, even if you're an investor, you want to follow traders, because traders are going to tell you the truth. Traders are going to tell you, no matter what stock you love, no matter what stock you hate, a trader is going to tell you, because a trader has the mentality of taking both sides of that trade. Trader doesn't care. Well, they care. Like I care about Tesla, but but that trader mindset kicks in, and I can drop Tesla like a heartbeat if I need to, right? So you guys have to have that mentality as an investor. Like it's weird when you guys are investing, right? You should have the mentality of a trader as an investor, because if you take that trader mentality as an investor, you know when to enter the trades like a bank does, and you know when to take profit like a bank does. And you really want that. You really want that mentality. That's that sociopath. Separate the emotions from your trades, from your investments. I still lose a lot of money on emotions sometimes, or I get really scared sometimes, but let's look at Tesla, see what's going on here. My Oracle ER calls 18 times. Is that Boomer? Good job, Hutch. Yeah, I like Tick. I also like Posty. I like Tick, Posty. There's a great volatility trader. I like the guy that does the premature murder accumulation hornet. He's dressed in the onesie, the green onesie, sitting at a table at his parents' house or something. That guy's cool as hell too. Yeah, it's a blast trading with Yen. He's a smart guy. Like I got nothing negative to say about Brian Yen, like zero. And he drops some hard life knowledge on people too. You know, the guy's going through a real rough time out there. He's fighting cancer, right? And it's like he's still trading every day, right? He didn't want to do some of the treatments. Then he finally broke down and took the treatments. And all you want to do is scream at Mr. Yen and say, take the fucking treatments. No one wants you to die. Everybody wants you to stick around for another 20 years. You know, I want to see Mr. Yen when he's an old crusty fuck, when he's, sorry for swearing, like he's an old crusty man when he's, 70, 80 years old. That's what I want to see Mr. Yen at. Like old J.P. Morgan, just yelling at young traders. Yeah, so let's talk about Viacom real quick, guys. We'll talk about Viacom. So this is this is really nice. This is nice to see on Tesla. You want to see that 1150 being defended. Let's see if we can get this closer here. You want to see Tesla being defended. And we're going to talk about Viacom real quick. This is a good investor time. We're going to call this Investor's Corner. We're gonna do an Investor's Corner, okay? Bring up on your charts at home, bring up Viacom, and I'll talk you guys through Viacom. Excuse me. I need to drink some water or some. I mean, trust me, Mr. Yen's not for everybody. I know he's not for everybody out there. I was born in Boston. I haven't lived there in many, many years, but I was born in Boston. And sometimes when someone hates you, they actually love you. If you're from Boston, you understand that? So this Viacom trade, we talked about buying it at $29, right? We talked about it ad nauseum into the new year, even in December. Matter of fact, I had a conversation with @Volatility was about this. I said the trade into the new year is Viacom. And why is it the trade into the new year? Now we just had a dip again down at 30 bucks. And you could have traded every one of these dips at like 28, 29, 30 bucks. Now it's ripping like a monster right now. And you want to know, like, why is Viacom turning around? And wait a minute here. Let me fix this book map. I'm going to exit without saving. I'm gonna dump bookmap real quick and reload it. So let's talk about Viacom real quick. There are some trades into this year that you have to be looking at right off the first, right? So the Viacom trade, what makes it so special is that within this year, there's an expectation that Viacom will either be bought out or merge. So let's say they merge with Roku. Roku's stock won't go up, or whomever they merge with is not going, their stock's not, Viacom's not buying anybody. Viacom's getting bought. So if you know Viacom's being bought this year, they had just on the 20th of December, we've been talking about Viacom on Twitter and on video for weeks now. And that is, they had 6-month calls for like 30, 35 bucks for like 6 cents. And then you could just add those 10-cent calls every month. You just keep adding them. And it doesn't matter if they burn. If you're buying 10-cent, 6-cent, 10-cent calls on some outside the money trade on Viacom, then you know that eventually at some point this year you're going to make millions. You could literally make millions off that trade. And of course, you see it pumping since end of December, right? You can call it tax loss harvesting, you can call it whatever you want to call it. But in reality, there is a play to be made on Viacom this year of them getting bought out. And when they do announce that they're getting bought out, you're going to see Viacom trade to 70 to 100 bucks. So when you're trading down at 28 bucks and there's no interest in calls, there's no premium in calls, you become greedy, right? You start to say to yourself, how many times do I need to trade this so that it hits big time this year? And you know that you guys, and the backstory on this is that traditional media is collapsing. So if you look at like your regular TV stations, NBC, ABC, CBS, sitting down like the 1960s, you'd have a TV dinner and a tray or whatever. I don't want to load a previously open workspace. Let's see if we can reload this from scratch. So if you remember that generation, then you remember the 1980s, they had all the sitcoms. People would sit around after they get their homework done or whatever and watch TV shows. and you had some of that still in the 90s, but all that is dying now. And you've got all these companies with, and this lasted into the early 2000s. You have all these companies with all this content that you see Netflix now growing, right? You see Netflix like they have Stranger Things, but they don't have a lot of original content. But you've got these companies that are slowly dying and rolling over. You see the Olympics is kind of slowly dying and rolling over. And so what you're doing is you're saying to yourself, well, this content is worth some money. This chart is not available yet. What do you mean? Coinbase settings. So what you're trying to do is trying to say to yourself, well, that content is valuable. You know that whoever they merge with, they want the price of the stock to be low, which 28 bucks is low. It could get as low as 10. But let's say it comes back down to 28, you're going to buy it again, or 10, you're going to buy it again. And you're going to buy it all year long, all these cheap outside the money options expiring 3 months out, a month out, whatever you choose. And what you're going to end up doing is you'll eventually hit because someone's going to come in and merge with this company. Someone's going to buy this content. And you look at the rise of Roku. Roku wasn't looking like one of those companies, but it does make sense that a company like Roku would do well by buying the content of Viacom or one of those streaming services. Would do well by buying it, whether it's Netflix, Roku, whether it's Amazon, Apple, or even Disney. Disney wants to create their own content, but it wouldn't shock me if they added the content from a Viacom. Hold on a second. And you can update all those shows. All those shows, you might be like, no one's going to watch those shows. But in reality, you can reload those shows, right? It's like when you see like Star Trek being done. Oh, shoot. Hold on here. Dang it. Yeah, this hero indicator. You know how much this costs a month? Like 80 bucks a month. This hero indicator is no joke. See if we can get this hero indicator pumping here for a minute. All these little fees, costs, stuff adds up. Where's my settings? Configure add-ons. Yes. Play it, baby. Play hero. So Viacom is one of those companies. Same thing goes for HUD. You guys, I mean, like, I'm being greedy saying I want HUD at 15 bucks, but in reality, how low is it going to trade? How long is it going to take? It's going to take no more than a year. Forget the wallet for Robinhood. All it's going to take for Robinhood to make that stock a $100 stock is that they introduce some sort of charting software like Webull has. Doesn't have to be perfect. Just some kind of basic charting software, more than they have right now. If they had to replace Vlad, the stock would go to 200 bucks, wouldn't it? Like, just imagine if they replaced Vlad, if they reinvented their trading platform, that stock would go to the moon. You guys know it, I know it. So what do? You find it down at 15 bucks or 10 bucks. You buy dirt cheap calls on it, outside the money. You do it 1 to 3 months out, and you just reload them, and you reload them, and you reload them until it happens. And you already see it happening on Viacom. You're going to see it happen on HUD as well. And then you'll hear people say, oh, no, they'll maybe HUD will be bought out. Robinhood will be absorbed by a bank. Well, guess which stock goes up? Not the bank stock, but Robinhood stock would be the one that go up. Robinhood's not doing the buying of the bank. The bank's buying Robinhood. So look for companies, if you guys want to be thinking about mergers, right? Mergers. As we roll into 2000 or 2022, 2023, 2024, you know the market's going to trade sideways at some point. You know that we're going to have a temper tantrum at some point. You know that it might not be 2022, but you know the next 1 to 3 years, we're going to have some kind of a recession. You know that at some point inflation is going to matter. And when this stuff does actually take place and you see some of these great companies with great concepts, but they're not cash rich or they're trading at all-time lows, they're going to get rolled into other companies. They're going to get bought by other companies. So even though you hear people out there saying, I don't know, PayPal's never coming back, Square's never coming back, Pins is never coming back, whatever you call it, right? Maybe Peloton's not coming back. That's possible. I don't see Peloton ever coming back or being absorbed by another company that's a publicly traded company. But when you're looking at like a Robinhood, you're going to try to tell me that they're not going to fire Vlad at some point, or that they're not going to launch a better trading platform. You're not telling, if they don't do that, that they're not going to try to revamp their image, or they're not going to fire Vlad and bring some other CEO in to lend some credibility to that stock, the stock would moon overnight. Like literally moon overnight. Yeah, Hood would boot in a second. Spy's puking. I didn't look at Spy real quick. Am I going to get my 474 today and prove all of you wrong? Am I going to get my 474 dip buy on the Spy today? I'm like a mean old man, right? I want my 474. I'm not buying unless it's at 474. Am I going to get my 474 buy-in on the SPY? 476.03, that's as cheap as you could go. I want my 474 in the SPY. You guys should be paying attention to what I say to you every day. When I throw a number out there and say I want to buy at this number, some of you guys know what the real money is. Some of you guys know what the real where the real buyers are. You want the banks to move it? Bring it to 474. Let's get the SPY. Hopefully we can get buyers down there. Oh, now they're down here at 476. Look at them. Savages. Still haven't made a trade today. No, I'm not loading 1 hour of the cloud. I just want you to make me current. I want to see where the buyers are. Look at that down there, 474.20, just patiently waiting. 474.20. Yeah, so what do you guys, I mean, hold on here. Yeah, this. So we should be identifying these companies. I haven't had the time to release that list of a stock basket to you. I do drop some of them out there for you guys. But in the next, as soon as I get this office complete and all this equipment hooked up, I should be able to get you guys a stock basket to watch for the year. To actually do a video. I wanted to do it last Sunday and had technical difficulties. Wait a minute here. What's going on here? Slow it down. I was trying to put a video out on Sunday so that you guys had a basket of stocks to start tracking for the year. But Viacom is on that list. Roblox is on that list. A firm is on that list at a certain price. Square, PayPal, all the usual suspects. All the beaten down stocks are on that list. RK is on that list. My real bottom on RK is $60. 75 is where I want to buy it. Tesla's on that list, but I don't want to buy it until I trade it, but I don't want to buy it until March. February, March. I've got a whole video for you guys. I did a short video on Monday at the open. Pre-market, I talked about it briefly, about my expectations for the year, and they seem pretty rational for where we're headed this year. Sane, at least. They sounded sane. So again, I'm still waiting for capitulation. Do I get capitulation into the close at 474? Maybe. Maybe I get capitulation right into the effing bell, and I get my 474 so I can buy. Yeah, there's a lot of bullish flow into airlines. Yeah, so Bill was very strong, right? I want to look at Bill again because I haven't looked at it recently, but it was on a really nice bullish track, and we traded Bill all summer long. So I do have a concern here. So let's look, if you guys on your own charts look at Bill, excuse me. So you look at Bill right here, right? And what does Bill remind you of? Anybody know? Reminds me of, well, it was one of the trades that we put on all last year. We traded Bill all last year on Twitter. And what does Bill look like right now? Looks like SQ, doesn't it? In January 2021. Kind of looks like PayPal. Kind of looks like the 2020. Remember in 2020 and in the new year, they had all these news stories. There's lots of life left in Arcade. There's lots of the trade of 2021 is ARC G and ARC F, right? So it looks like, is Bill a bad stock? No, it just looks like banks are taking profit on a trade that started in April of 2020. So where does Bill trade down to? Probably $89, if I had to guess. Down another $100. Probably trade down, even if it comes up, it's probably going to trade down for a year, if not 9 months. So we don't want to know what these trades are for this year, right? What is the Bill trade for 2022? And I've got some conditions for it. If you guys want to know what the Bill trade is, so my conditions for the Bill trade is that they IPO'd within 3 years, that they've had year-over-year profits of 30% or greater, that they've had I think it's 6 or 9 consecutive positive ERs. It's like every ER's had great forward guidance, great ERs. Like they're just good companies. And then they're on this upward move that Bill took for a year and a half. And so if we can identify those stocks for 2022, we should have a pretty fat basket of stocks. Yeah, 475 is just as good. Sometimes these buyers will sneak up. You know, if the buyers sneak up from 474 and grab 475, I'm a buyer. I'll probably want to put on a spread of some kind, maybe an in-the-money spread. Maybe it expires like Wednesday of next week. Here it was negative 56,000. Yeah, I'm hoping that we sell off into the close. That's my hope. Is it a good short? Hello, Invesco. Is Invesco's in there? I didn't know Invesco was in here. Is Invesco in here? Love that man. Hey, Jafar, how are you? Cap, do you use margin, and if not, why? Good question, Jafar. Okay, so the first time I made money, I made a bunch of money. First time I ever made money, I made a bunch of money. High 6 figures. And I was offered margin. So I took margin, and then I realized that I can only buy stock with margin. And I was like, wait a minute, I can't trade options with margin? You guys aren't going to let me get that risky with it? So I didn't like that concept of trading on margin. I didn't like the concept of trading stock on margin. But my second problem with margin was that it wasn't a real number to me. And then my last problem with margin is that I've seen traders get margin called, like friends of mine get margin calls. Hey, Invesco, good to see you. I've seen traders get margin called, and it's not pretty. It's not a pretty sight. You know what getting margin called is like? I try to relate it like this. You ever get into a trade, especially an options trade, and the mechanics of that trade, when you let's say you buy a 100 call and the price is at $100, and then we go down to like 90, and then it trades back up to $100, and your call is now still down 30%. You're like, why? It should be even at least here, right? Well, no, because some time has passed, and now you need it to go not to the 110 you were hoping it was going to, but now it needs to go to like 105 to break even, right? Maybe even 110 to break even. So once you're under the thumb of a margin call, or you're under the thumb of losing money on margin, you never really recover from it, and then you're stuck in that trade right? You're stuck in a trade. It's so I can't stand margin. So just use cash is my point. That's all I do. Use cash. Cash, cash, cash all day long. Trade a cash account. You guys want to know a secret? I got a secret for it. Some of you guys know this. Hi, Invesqua. Invesqua, what are you trading? Ooh, Invesqua's looking for 474 on the SPY end of day to sell puts and buy new calls. That's what we've been talking about, Invesqua, all day around here. Give me 474. Just so you can see, Invesqua, there's a nice little buy area for smart money at 474.28. There's a little bit creeping above here at 475.27, but that's what we're looking for, a sell-off into the close to go long. We're on the same page as you, Invesqua. Yeah, I have shared my trading view charts. Yeah, so exactly. So that's the thing about margin. Margin is, if all you've got is margin, that's fine. I understand that that's all you have. It's hard to trade for me, it's risky to trade margin. I don't like trading money that's not mine. And I'll give you a secret though. Any new traders out there, when you do have an account that I got a secret for you. So let's say you have an account is it $25,000? I think is where your day trading restrictions come off. I think it's 25 grand. Is it 25 grand? So let's say you have a sub $25,000 account and you're hindered by day trading restrictions, and they send you I think some brokerages send you a warning letter, or you can request to trade again or something like that. If you go and open a Tasty Trade account, I think you can make multiple accounts with them. I think you can make like 10 accounts. 10, 12 accounts with Tasty Trade. You can just open a brokerage with Tasty Trade, and you open like 10 accounts. And if you get nailed with a I forget what they're called now. I don't know, break a day trader rule. You can move your money from one account to the other on Tasty Trade. What that does for you as a trader, so when you're only limited to so many trades a day, it's meant to screw you over as a new trader. In reality, you don't want any stress of not making too many trades. That whole concept is wrong. If you're in a bad trade, you should get out of it every single time. Get out of bad trades every single time. Yeah, it's 25,000. Okay, so if you're in a bad trade, right, when the gods of the SEC, and they say, well, we want you to make sure that you plan your trade, you're planning out your trade, and then you make a winning trade. If you're a new trader, you're going to make tons of bad trades. So let's say you make a bad trade and you stay in it because you're afraid of breaking day trader rules. That's insane. You should break those day trader rules, get out of your bad trade, and reposition for a better trade. So let's say you break your day trader rules and you get banned from, let's say, Robinhood or some shit like that. You should sign up for like any of the big brokerages like Tasty. I'm sure there's others that do it. You can make multiple accounts. You can make like 5, 10, 11, 20 accounts. You can wire money between accounts. Let's say you get busted out of a trade and you want to start day trading the next day. You just wire all your cash to the next Tasty Trade account. I think it costs like $25, $50, something like that. No. They only do that on those shitty brokerages that you new traders use. If you guys go to a real brokerage, you can make many accounts. Oh, good faith violation. Yeah, you want to get around good faith violations? Not financial advice. Go to Tasty Trade. Not financial advice. You can go to Tasty Trade and you won't encounter any of that there. That's an old school Wall Street bet thing. I learned that on Wall Street Bets like 10 years ago. Yeah, exactly. Have a margin account so you can make multiple trades but don't have any marginal balance. Yeah, settled cash is the only problem. That is because you gotta wait a day. Well, we don't have all day. Hurry up. Okay, so listen, I'm getting yelled at by my kids. My oldest daughter just texted me. We don't have all day. Hurry up. You guys come downstairs. Do you guys want to come to? Hold on one second, guys. I got them locked up in their classroom right now. Can you guys hear me now? Check. Check 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me? I've been talking for like 10 minutes. Can you guys hear me right now? Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you guys hear me? Okay, so now you can hear me? Okay. I had two different mutes on. First, we're gonna talk to Invesco first, okay? So here it is on Tesla. If you look on a candlestick chart, there was a nice bull flag that formed the last week of December. On Friday, we traded up, right? So Friday into Monday, we traded up on Tesla. To 1200. We tested 1250 support, broke through, and Tesla's trying to reclaim or establish that this is main support. But the banks are sitting down at 1110. Now the banks are sitting down there because that is the top of the bull flag from last week. We all know how Tesla trades. It's positive that we're trading around that 1150, 1140 right now in Tesla, but in reality, it's good for a retest of the top of that bull flag to take it from 1111 back up to the 1200 mark. I'll bring that chart back up here in just a moment. Yeah, it's not I agree with that with the ES 5% drawdowns of really conditioned dip buyers, but I back tested all the way back to 2007. I'm going to release that video for you this week. And this year, even if it doesn't matter if we correct 20% in February or March. It doesn't matter if we correct 5%, 10%, 20%, 15%, 30%. Doesn't matter if we correct like we did in 2020. But how last year played out, and in all previous years, whether we go down or not, well, we should go down at least to 1 point between now and March, no matter where we go to, no matter where that drawdown is, there is a dip to buy there. Unless you're talking about a crash that's worse than 2007 or 1938. If you're talking about a crash like that, then I don't know what to say to you. No one can really predict that. That crash hasn't happened since 1929, right? So you can't really predict that crash, but a crash like March 2020, going back to 2007, I even looked into the 80s, into 1987, 86, 87, we had a crash then, or a major correction in 86. But I back tested where we should be this year, and there should be a low point in February or March. It doesn't matter where that low point is, because as soon as it turns, you should be long in stock for the year at that point. Yeah, Invesco. I'll show it to you again one more time. So there were some dip buyers down here at 474, 77. Did we get that low in SPY? I should have bought that dip. Wait a minute, I gotta look at the chart, the candlestick over here. Hang tight. So on Tesla, I'll bring that chart back, the Tesla chart back up again. Now, see, SPY's not done puking. Not in my view, it isn't. SPY's not done. SPY's coming down here. I want you guys to see this, okay? SPY's coming down to 474.32, or close to it. We'll watch it into the close here. It should be a pretty decent dip buy. You don't want to be breaking through 47.50 for long. If we go down to like 47 or 47.4 somewhere, that's a gift. If we start breaking through 4,700, we got some problems. But 47.5 is pretty much bottom. 474, well, at least Bookmap's showing it at 47.4.35. Hopefully we can get some weakness into the close. But yeah, the dip buy, you know how Tesla trades. Tesla's going to go down, or not go down, but it's going to trade sideways and down, typically, not always, for 2-3 days, maybe 5. Then it'll rip higher once again. If Tesla holds 1150 and just trades sideways for 3 to 5 days, that wouldn't be shocking to anybody out there that trades Tesla or invests in Tesla. It's not abnormal for Tesla to do this. Nothing out of the norm. You know, you stay at 1150, and then you have people that are in calls that bought the FOMO at 1200, 1217, or wherever it was, and now they're not going to get out of the calls, so all those calls expire worthless on Friday, and then Monday's a new week, right? For Tesla. Market makers clean up. Thank you for playing. We all know how that goes. Let's look at SPY again. Can I get the SPY down to like 47.4, please? Please give me 47.4. That might have been the dip buy. What do you guys think? You guys think this was the dip buy in SPY right now into the close? You guys think this is the buy? No, I agree with you, Chris. Like, I agree with you 100% that we have conditioned traders to buy the dip at 5%. 100% we have. We have more retail in the market than ever before, and one of these days, just like March 2020, they're going to get burned, right? February, March 2020, they got burned. But the point is that whatever drawdown that is we have this year, no matter where that drawdown is, there is going to be a dip to buy. Well, history says there will be a dip buy in there, unless it's 1938, and that means that includes us trading down on the year, and if we trade sideways on the year. So if we trade down on the year, if we trade sideways on the year, if we trade with a slight profit on the year, we're still going to have that moment that we trade down in February and March, historically speaking, unless it was 1929 or something like that. I haven't gone back the entire way. I can't say that there weren't years in the 50s and 60s that weren't different, but I back tested as far as I possibly could to get a pretty decent answer for the last 20 years. Yeah, and it will be carnage. So, but that's the question, right? What's everybody's question out there? Everybody's question is, where can I buy stocks for 2022? And my point is that because of the year we had last year, there's a fair chance that between now and March, you're going to see a dip that you can buy. So in terms of how much risk you're putting on for when you're buying stocks this year, I'm probably going to make my basket and wait for that moment in February and March. Now, if I miss that moment in February and March, I'll reassess for the next quarter and say, okay, maybe I need to start buying now. Maybe we're safe. But I think as a bull, I'm a bull. I used to be a bear, but as a bull, I'm not ready to buy stock until February or March. It can happen in January, but it's going to happen. I'd put it at like a 75% chance that there's going to be a dip that takes us back to 456, 450 at minimum. At minimum, if not down to 400. Anywhere between 450 and 400, you'll see a dip. Come on, give me 474. Are you guys going to buy this dip for the close right here or no? I'm waiting. No, I have a video that I need to make for you guys that I can take you back every year and show you cyclically It depends on how we close the year. For like the last 20 years, if we closed the year down in September to December, let's say we traded down all of September into December, and we sold down into the close of the 31st, we tend not to have that dip. But if we traded up or sideways leading into the end of the year prior, even if we had a sideways or negative year, we tend to have a nice dip. Not 10, we do like 95% of the time. We have a dip in between January and March, excuse me. And that dip usually corresponds with the low from the previous year. So if last year I think it was at 448, 445, something like that at the end of the year. We should be down there. We should be down like that 450. It's possible we go deeper, which was what Chris was talking about, when we go deeper than that 5%. But either way, even if let's say we dip down 20% or 30%, there's still a dip to buy. There was still a dip to buy in March 2020 when we had COVID, right? There was still a dip to buy. There was still a turn in the market. You have to be able to identify that turn in the market so that you can buy that bottom. So we have, it's 2 o'clock right now. We have more sellers than buyers. We have 5 to 4 on sellers. And we also have a negative hero indicator into the close on the SPY. Yeah, keep waiting. I'm waiting too. So yeah, I'm going to make a video for you guys. I need to make a video for you guys. The moment I have some time, I need to make a video where I show you guys year by year going back to the crash in 2006-07. And it's interesting because I don't see many people talk about this, but you can really see where those lows are every year. You can see them in the springtime. You can see them in the summer. Sometimes we get them in June and July, but we'll always have them in the springtime. There's always that moment where we trade down to a previous low and retest it. It doesn't matter, though, if we trade through it. As long as you know it's coming or there's a high chance of it coming, you can now plan on what you're going to buy at that time for the rest of the year. There's some other things you want to be looking for. You want to be looking, Invesco knows this too. You're looking for stocks that are participating in rallies, not participating in rallies. You want to be checking on stocks that are at bottoms, that are not participating in the market going down any further. Sometimes you'll see the market fall, and a stock that's at bottom won't fall anymore. So you know that's the bottom for that stock. VIX is at 17.10. Outstanding. I like when VIX climbs. What's that, 1740? I put on the 2-minute. One, double bottom, trading up. One, two. Let's see. 1, 2, but double bottom on. That's a nice double bottom on the VIX. One, two, 3. 18th and 3rd. VIX is getting juicy. So we have a buy program beginning on the SPY right now. Just a heads up. Just so you guys can see, there is a buy program in the SPY right now. It just started. Started at 210. Does that not mean 474? It wouldn't shock me to see us trade up to 3 p.m. It wouldn't shock me to see us trade up. $477. Where's 477.04? January 5th. I'm looking for a firm. Buyers still stepping in. They're not stepping in on the January 5th calls anymore at 480C. But we have increased in 480Cs for Friday for 480. There's now 50,000 calls. Let's look at next week's puts to see if people are loading up on those. We do have some pretty decent put action on Friday as well. More calls stepping in on Monday and Wednesday. Oh, looks like on the 10th we've got some puts. Still have some 480 next Wednesday. Let me look at this on the chart and see. You guys didn't catch the buy program? Yeah, that was a good dip to buy. Yeah, the buy the dip happened at down here at 2:10 p.m. Buy program kicked in. You can see all the nice green bars down below here. You can see all this nice call structure all down in here. Hero indicators moving on up. $477.04. It's still very light. 477.40. Let's see how high we can go here. There are some buyers really stepping in heavy here. So the 474 buyers are the ones that are in here right now. Just a heads up. What are Friday's calls centered around? The 7th. There's lots of flow. It's weird. You've got lots of flow in the SPY, probably due to XLE. XLF is going to hold the SPY up. There is some significant put structure coming in for the Qs. Just a heads up on that. SPY's being bought in dark pool right now. I'm a little bit more wary on the Qs. Yeah, lots of puts coming in. Even though the Qs look like they're at a bottom right now, keep your eye on the Qs. There could be a bull trap in here somewhere. Or even just the trading sideways into close. I'm still looking for that 474 as well. I still want that 474 buy. I don't want to buy here in the middle. That's kind of no man's land. There are some Sky puts coming in. SKYY. I haven't checked the chart on it yet. It might have already dumped. Yo, I remember how into the first of the year they were telling everybody to buy cloud computing, and sure enough, cloud computing is just utterly shit the bed. Reminds me of RK last December. But Sky right now is at 99 bucks. It's the second touch, possibly a double bottom on Sky Computing, SKYY. Maybe it might be worth a look at it, but it doesn't look like it's done correcting. It looks like it can go lower. That trade started way back in March of 2020. So I would say it can go down a lot more. All right, so Sky Cloud Computing went up from March 2020 all the way to November 9th. Remember they were telling everybody this month, cloud security, cloud computing is going to be the trade of 2022. Reminds me of them telling you RK was the trade of 2021. Now they're telling you on CNBC to buy cloud security, and it's about to fall off a cliff right here. It peaked out at 119 in the start of December, telling you to buy cloud security, and it looks like it's going to fall right off a cliff. So if you're a bear, there's a ton of puts coming in on Sky right now. SKYY is the ticker. So meanwhile, you've got CNBC pumping you what to buy in 2022, and yet it's just selling off. Cloud security. What's the other one? Is it Bug or something like that? I think one of them is called Bug. Global Cybersecurity ETF, Bug. That one's just falling off the side of a cliff, right? And meanwhile, they told you buy Bug, and that was a trade that began in March 20th of 2020. So you're like, do I really buy that now after a 2-year trade? No. No, you don't buy Bug after a 2-year long. You don't buy Sky after a 2-year long, after CNBC tells you in December that the 2022 trade is cloud computing. It's insano. They're selling you their bags. They told you that the trade was RK in 2021, right? And then it just sold off, right? They told you Square was the trade in 2021, PayPal, that was all bullshit. So then now they're telling you not to buy Cathie Wood's RK. Now they're telling you not to buy companies that have been beaten down for an entire year. And then this morning, CNBC said, yeah, buy them. You can't buy them yet. You got to wait to buy them until February. And you can't buy anything that they're telling you to buy for 2022. You got to find your own stocks for 2022. That shit pisses me off. That shit gets me all riled up that they do that. That they sell these stories to retail traders. Let's see if this is a rejection right here or not on the SPY. There's still more buyers, still positive flow in the SPY. Don't diddle in the middle. Don't mess around in the middle. There's no, Invesqua knows there's no reason to be diddling around the middle. You get burned. If you get a nice sweet pullback to 474, it's a nice run to 480. We might miss it. 475.59 is pretty steep. I just don't like heading into the close right now. On a Tuesday, figure where do they want it for Wednesday OPEX? If you sell it down to 474, you can ride it up to the 475. Don't mess with the middle. Lots of TSM calls coming in right now. Lots of SPY calls coming in right now. AFRM with more puts. Come on, AFRM. I wonder if that AFRM fly or condor is gonna print nicely. I want to see if AFRM trades down to $65. I wonder if you can put that condor on for 65 and 100 basically. You do like a 95, 99 and a 65, 60 or something. Condor, you could probably, other than the volatility, if you made that trade, I bet that trade's going to print nicely. Just a word of caution too out there that XLU, if you are a bull, just be aware that XLP is getting up there pretty high right now. XLU is looking a little shortable. Made all-time highs on XLU a couple days ago in the overnight. Couldn't break all-time highs today on an XLU. Also keep an eye on stocks. We talked about this morning at Open how semiconductors become sell the news when one of these events happen. There was a dip bot on semiconductors today. But you had another failure to make an all-time high at 562. We are ripe. We are ripe for a pullback. Listen how bearish I'm getting. Get the bears all fired up right now. Yeah, I can show Tesla. I'll show Tesla real quick. I skipped on my vacation in Vesqua. I skipped on going to Utah this year. My buddy still wants me to come out right now, but so most years I end up spending like, for a month I'll spend somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000, and the price for me to go skiing this year was not worth it. Even last year, even with inflation last year, wasn't so bad, but this year, woof. I'm getting all bearish out there for you guys. I'm a bull. Yeah, so nothing's really changed here on Tesla. It's, you know, there's big buyers here in Tesla right here, but you guys know where the buy the dip is, right? It's 1100. If you guys want to put more risk on, the buy the dip's between 1125 and 1150. Your first resistance is 1170, and then it's 1200. You guys want like minute by minute? Tesla's not moving right now. If you guys want to know, Tesla's trying to establish a support level. That's what's happening. So let's see, we'll do if you wanted to buy, if you're like that hard up to go long on Tesla, I would say it's not today. It might be. You got, let's say you missed yesterday, or you missed Friday maybe, or maybe you missed the 20 points yesterday, I don't know, or the 60 points yesterday. It was like, let's say you wanted to buy the close on Tesla. You could buy like an 1100 and 1142 call spread like 2 weeks out. That'd probably hit, right? Yeah, you quit skiing? Yeah, so my knees are bad right now. I ski, I'm from out west. That's where I've lived most of my adult life. And I still ski, I ski aggressively and I ski often. But I moved to Michigan a couple of years ago. And so now I just spend the winters, well, more than a couple of years ago. I've been here now 3 years, I think, just before COVID. And I was only planning on spending a year here in Michigan. But when COVID began, it got ugly. It was better for me to stay here. Yeah, it's kicking up right now. It's not moving. This is a So what is happening right now, just to let you know, is this is a consolidation phase. We broke through support. We had two levels of buyers, right? The level of buyers at 1150. We had another level of buyers at 1100. We just broke out of a bull flag. There's going to be a retest, profit taking. You have a few people yesterday that said they wanted the extra 20 points on Tesla. I talked to you yesterday at the close when to take the short on Tesla, and it wasn't yesterday, it was today at the bell. And you want to see that retest. It's still bullish to retest 1150 or even 1100 is still bullish for Tesla right now. I mean, you're broken out of that bull flag. There's no need for Tesla to move at this moment. But let's say you're like, I'm super ultra bullish right here at 1150. We're going to maintain this support and trade up. Just look back on Tesla, a month chart, 3 month chart. There's usually a few days, 2, 3 days, 5 days of consolidation. Then it makes another move on the up or the down. You can usually see Tesla run like 100 points. Sometimes it runs like 75 to 90 points. Then it will pull back. And it'll even go in the other direction, 90 points to 130 points. So you want to be looking for the way Tesla trades. And right now, it could go up to 1,200. But in reality, a lot of the time, you'll see consolidation in Tesla to make that next move up. So if you're like, I want to buy a spread or I'm ultra bullish, I don't know what to say to you. I know that the banks are down here wanting to buy it at 1,100. I know there are some buyers stepping up right now at 11.25. More buyers stepping up. Risk on buyers taking it at 11.31. I think this is to pump it up above 11.50 to establish this support. But if it's me, I'm probably going to wait again for 1,100. Where were all you guys on Friday? Right? We were burning into close on Friday, and nobody wanted to buy Tesla into the close on Friday. Nobody. Even myself, I had to decide between Tesla or SPY, and I picked SPY over Tesla. And I think I was the only person to buy the close on Friday on the close on Tesla on SPY. Not many people did. Oh yeah, baby. I'll be with my ski team buds in a couple weeks. Woo! Dude, I was just watching the what's that? What's up in Montana? What's that shoot that everybody skis? Kings and Queens. I was watching a competition over on Kings and Queens just the other day. Ben, I don't trade. I trade important events. You guys want me to do a Tesla video for you? I will. I'll give you guys the entire. You guys want the whole package on Tesla? I can roll out a video for Tesla. I trade events. Like I'll trade the ERs. I'll trade known news coming. But I rely upon the chart. I rely upon charts, and I rely upon a bunch of other shit, not just look at the hedge wall, look at the earnings date, look at the run up to the earnings date, where it typically sells off, right? We have the normal sell-offs for Tesla leading up. Yeah, Corbett's in Jackson. I love Montana. So I didn't go this year. So every year I go, right? I go back out west. This year, dude, I could have stayed at my buddy's house in Park City for free, but it was so last winter I went there, it was so packed. This year it was packed. COVID's running rampant. I might go out for the 19th I was thinking about going out for Sundance this year and talking to all the famous people, models and bottles, baby. Go out with my friend, but I can't take my kids. Like I don't want to take the family and all that kind of stuff. Talk on OPEX. Mary, what are you saying? I missed what you said. Mary, what's the play? What's Mary saying the play is? Mary's a good trader, by the way. If any of you guys don't know that, Mary over here knows how to trade. What is Mary saying? I missed what Mary said. So any of you men traders out there that think you're the bee's knees, I know Mary knows how to trade. Yeah, I like Taos. I lived in Santa Fe. I lived out in Santa Fe for a few years. Tesla with a nice bounce over here. Resistance at 1170. Also some resistance above. We'll take a look above on Tesla into the close. You still have slightly more sellers. It's kind of even Steven. Your hero is a little bit negative. I think this is a bull trap, if I had to guess. Wyoming's badass too. I through hiked the Southern Tetons in October. I froze my ass off. one of my hiking partners. One of my hiking partners was a Gerhor. No offense to whores out there. One of my buddies was a Gerhor, and I never hiked with him before. I went with I went with a close hiking partner of mine, and he was fine. But I brought this one guy with me hiking. We did the Southern Tetons for 3 weeks, and he almost died of pneumonia up there. It got down to like -20, -10. It got real cold, blowing snow, blowing. It was nasty. Yeah, Mary's a great trader. Santa Fe is a great place to learn how to ski. You know what else I had fun at was if you've never gotten to it, you might think this is a place you wouldn't enjoy, but I really had fun at Meow Wolf in Santa Fe. I went out there when they had like a big makers fair or something like that. Met a bunch of smart artists and scientific people when they first opened up. I had a blast doing that. Food's kick-ass in Santa Fe. Green chili stew's kick-ass. Dude, all their food in Santa Fe is badass. The art scene's awesome in Santa Fe. Hobnob with famous artists, famous authors. Hobnob with famous people in Park City. That's true. It's all true. Yeah, Mary. So if Mary ever talk, if you guys, Mary knows how to buy dips. She is a great trader. She's an investor. I agree, but she's an investor. Shouldn't call her a trader, but she's a great investor. She knows which dips to buy. This is a nice bounce down here. You've got reclaimed support down here at 11:30. What career would I pursue if I were 20 again? Trader. If I was 20 years old, I would have been retired at 30, 40. I know that for a fact. Trader. Hands down. See, there's that 1200 number above. I get to do whatever I want to do. I'm happy. Trader, 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 trader all day long. Investor. Invest your money. Invest your money, invest your money. So you can do whatever you want to do. Yeah, I love Cafe Pasquale too. Is that there anymore? I think Cafe Pasquale's gone. I think she closed, or I think Cafe Pasquale closed a while ago. Maybe it is still open. Oracle's being bought. Dude, I love Hutch. Hold on. Maybe, I don't know if Cafe Pasquale's still there or not. Maybe it's still there. Wasn't that over by... I have to look up if it's still there. I need to learn to be a better investor, not just a trader. What's SPY looking like? Love you too, Josh. Yeah, trader. If you guys are finding trading and investing at a young age, it'll exponentially multiply for you. Keep your chin up. You will learn. Yeah, I think he retired. If I remember correctly, that Cafe Pasquale's owner retired, and I think his chef bought it from him. He had a female chef. I forget her name, but I think she took over for him. But I'm not sure. Or she bought it from him in some fashion. But I don't remember exactly. Yeah, I love Huevos Rancheros the best. Okay, let's quickly look at, what's up, buddy? Who is that? Come here, good boy. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no. Camera. Hi, good boys. Shh. Here's some, you need some money? There you go. This is my wallet. Take it. Why is it that, hold on here, just ripping on higher here. 47,728. $47.29. It's 2:44 in the afternoon. All the bulls are loading up on SPY. Buy program kicked in at 2:10, right? We talked about that. Buy program at 2:10 p.m. You guys recall that from the live stream? Now the question becomes, buy program began at 2:10 p.m. Now the question becomes, heading into close, is this a bull trap or not? Right? That's the important question. Are we in a bull trap? You know where the VWAP is. It's at 476.34. Buy program on the SPY. Can I look up Melly? All these bulls want to know if the buy program. All right, I'm going to bring up Melly real quick, and then I'm going to come back for the 3 o'clock hour of power. My guess is, if I had to guess, what's my guess? That this is a bull trap. That's my guess. My guess is that we trade up to 3 p.m. All the bulls are on board. They grab their kids. You guys ever notice that people come ask you for money? You ever notice that, like, out of nowhere, you got, like, if you're a woman, men come asking you for money. If you're a man, women come ask you for money. Men come ask you for money. Got being shaken down from my wallet just a few moments ago. Do you guys get shaken down for your wallet? Yeah, I'm thinking it's a bull trap. I could be wrong. Do your kids ever just come take your money? All right, so we're gonna bring up Melly here. It's gonna take a moment for it to kick in. Okay, so what do we want to know about Melly? MELI. So you've got SPY ripping into the 3 o'clock hour. Melly's at 1238 right now. You can see that there is a buy program right now on Melly that began at 1200. You can see that down here at this 1200. You've got a huge bid. This is bank buying for sure. We're going to try to get it down to a more granular level. Buy the dip on Melly is at 1230 or 1200, excuse me. That's where the money supply is on Melly right now. Let's look at Melly on a 1-year chart. I like Melly here. Not bad. 1, 2, 3. My only issue with Melly right here is that it was traded from 422. You want the honest truth? I'll give you the honest truth. You're not going to like this. So the Melly trade started on April 1st, 2020. So all these banks bought Melly at 400. They traded it up to $2,000. And so they made 400% on their trade, right? They sold down out of Melly down to 1232. And then they rebought it back up again, right? They shorted it but bought it back up again. A robot did, or an algorithm did. Brought it back up. It did not break all-time new highs. It failed to break all-time new highs at 1969 and began to sell down again. Now it cratered at 1,000 and it's traded back up to 1,232. The thought would be that Melly will fail once again to break out of this, to break out of its negative, its bearish reversal channel, right? That's not going to break out of it. It's failed to do that again. It failed to do that on the 31st of December. And you figure the trade is over. If you want a price target on Melly, my price target on Melly is $7.44. That's terrible to say, but that's the truth. That's my price target, $7.44. If there's a compelling reason why it should be higher, let me know, but it shouldn't. Why shouldn't it be higher? Because these banks want to take profit from that trade that they put on 2 years ago. Oh, can I have that? That's another piece of. It's another piece of the puzzle to improving the live stream. Camlink 4,000. Also by Elgato. 120 bucks. Nothing is cheap. This is just a plug too. $120 plug. Absolute utter bullshit. Inflation is real. $120 for this thing. 110 bucks or something like that. You've got some resistance above on the SPY at 478. Is your dad mad at me? Yeah, if you devote yourself. Oh, what we got going on here? Oracle is ripping. Did Oracle fall off? Did Oracle bounce off that support? I haven't even checked Oracle. ORCL. So Oracle bounced. Rolling Amazon. Yeah, you know, Mary, that's a great trade. I like that Amazon trade. We were talking about it earlier today. I like the Amazon trade. Even if Amazon is, I think an Amazon call spread is worth doing. It's when we have pullbacks, you guys will notice Amazon tends not to trade down that far, and it reverses faster than other stocks. The banks are wrapped up in Amazon. That's one of their favorite trades. My oldest hits me up at least twice a week. Oh, no, I would not enter Melly right now. Melly is trading down. Melly is in bear country. It is not in bull country in any way, shape, or form. I don't think you've missed yet, Arum. AFRM ripped. Let's look at AFRM. Did it really rip? Nice. AFRM with the bounce off $80. It's now up to 84. It'll probably be at 100 by tomorrow. You know, there was a time when all the trading rooms, all the discords were trading at AFRM. You could go into discords and you could hear them all, like boiler room stuff, trading AFRM. I wonder if the discords are going crazy right now. If that was the dip buy for AFRM. That is a boiler room favorite right now. Ticker is crazy. Nice little short squeeze, short covering. Rally on AFRM. Tell your dad not to buy Melly. So that's a good question on when do Tesla calls roll off. Those trades are placed for 3 months for the quarter. You probably won't see those calls roll off until the hedges hit. I have to take a look closer at the hedge and the call structure for the quarter on Tesla and the put side. We assume the rip continues. You can't assume that because we're heading into the 3 o'clock hour. It's known as power hour for a reason. And it's not always bullish. And we don't normally trade up at 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock. I always like to see weakness at 2 o'clock, and then I buy that dip for 3 o'clock. And when you're not seeing a dip at 2 o'clock, it's concerning. But, you know, if you had taken the trade at 2:10 p.m. when the buyers kicked in, you'd be pretty safe right now, right? You would have made some money. We know the buyers kicked in at 2:10 p.m. It's now 2:55, and that was a nice little run for SPY. So what do you do here at 3 o'clock? You take your money and run. Let's start there. If you took that trade at 2:10 p.m., you take the money at 3 o'clock and you run. And you wait for another dip if you're bullish, take it into the close. But I want to see what happens here. I want to see if the buy program stays on at 3 p.m. We'll know a lot at 3 p.m. We can see down here if we have a change in sentiment. It's all about the timing. All about the timing. If you are looking to dip buy at 3 p.m., if you're still bullish for the next aspect of this trade, you're going to be looking for a bounce off of 476.53. Oh, that's the VWAP at least. If you're still bullish after 3 p.m., if the buyers stay in control, you'll look for that weakness. Take that trade once again. Unless they're relentless and don't even let you in on that trade. I'd give it a few minutes. Oh, wait till you guys see this. I got this sweet hookup on this camera. I'm going to hook this camera up, make my face look real and not fake anymore. You guys are going to be stoked when you see my pretty face. I got another piece in it. It's called a cam link from Elgato. It's basically just a plug. I'm telling you what, these cameras are not cheap. It's probably I'm too cheap for that stuff. I'm a miser. So VWAP's down here, 476.56. Buyers are still in control. We've got 2 minutes until we know if the buyers are still in control or if we flip the script here. Yeah, you take the rip. You take that rip from 2:10 p.m. to 3 p.m. It's a great trade. You take the trade off the table, and then you wait to see what happens at 3 p.m. If we get a quick dip, and even if we don't have that quick, so let's say right at 3 p.m. you see the buyers increase even more. You know where some supports are, right? You know you've got some support on VWAP at 476.56. You know that we're looking for 474 to trade down into. Next catalyst for Tesla is this Friday. Yeah, I'll do a you bastard, Joe Harper. You bastard. You want me to do Melly again? the So I'll do a Tesla video tonight for you guys. I'll do an Amazon video tonight. I'll do a Tesla. I'll do Tesla, Amazon, and if I can squeeze in the SPY, I'll squeeze in the SPY for you. Oh, he's standing there with you? Okay, you're going to do Melly again? I can do Melly again. Can you? I need just a few minutes because we're trying. I just need a few minutes. When? 5 minutes. I will do Melly though. I promise Melly one more time. This is gonna piss some people off. So what we're looking for here, right? So coming into the 3 o'clock hour, right? We want to see if this buy program continues from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Now that was a great trade from 2:10 to 3 p.m., right? Take profit off the table. And now you want to see, do we stay in this buy program into the close, or do we have that fake out and we start to sell down, right? We know that always happens. We know that we come in, we get long in this area. Usually this doesn't happen until 3, right? We'll get the buy program started at 3 p.m. or the sell program at 3 p.m. We are in a bullish context. We know that we're at the bottom of a sideways trade. We've been in a sideways trading range on the SPY now for how long? Well, I guess we had a nice ripper yesterday, didn't we? Bulls have it made around here. But we've basically been in a sideways trading range since the 28th. It is January 4th. We're still kind of at a bottom right here. If I had to guess, we're going higher into the close. I don't think we get 474. I think we rip into the close. That's what I think. Watch me be dead wrong. You figure, we've been here since the 28th. We've had some ups and downs here, but we're in bullish context. It proved itself today at the open that we're in bullish context. We had a dice down day on Tuesday. We've got OPEX coming up tomorrow. Do we think OPEX, the price at OPEX for Wednesday is 473? I'm kind of doubting that. We think it's at 470? Maybe. It could be at 470 for a Wednesday OPEX. I guess it could be because that blast up on the 27th, and the blast up on the 27th took us up to all-time highs, right? And we were up at 470 back on the 16th of December. This is basically that we've been at the same price since when? We've basically been at the same price right now since November 22nd. November 22nd. We've been at the same price. So I'm bullish here. Bullish. Are you guys bullish into the close? We're roughly at the same price. We're like 5 points away from November's pricing. Dad card always does work. Yeah, I'll do NQ, then Melly. Joe, I'll just do a chart for your dad. I'll send you a chart. I'll send you a video tonight, okay? I gotta write this down. Joe, have your dad send me his email address or something. Ping me with his email address. I'm gonna do Tesla. I'm gonna do Amazon. I'm gonna do Melly. And I'm going to do SPY tonight. And the Melly video will be private just for Joe's dad. And I'm going to talk about that for you can always pause this video and go back as well, Joe. Yep, sellers getting absorbed. You've got a huge buy program on SPY right now. Monster buy program on SPY. We've been here for how long now? Mid-November, and you're telling me you're bearish right now? Come on. Really? Yeah, Tesla and Amazon. You know, Amazon might be I might actually take a trade on Amazon right now. IWM is ripping into the close. Buy program looks intact across the market. Well, I don't know if I'd call that ripping. I wouldn't call that ripping. There's a nice buy opportunity, a second buy opportunity today on IWM. It's two great trades on IWM today. I want to buy Amazon. I like the Amazon trade. Right now, I like the Amazon trade. Like, I like it. What's it in the money weekly on Amazon? Cost. AMZN. Let's see if we can figure this out. In the money weekly for, let's do it for Monday. Just in case they squeeze out the calls. They're going to bleed some more calls out. Amazon, let's look at Monday. 1 week, trade Amazon. I'm bullish. So January 14th, right? Is the next expiry. Next Friday. In the money, credit put spread. I don't know if I like that so much. I like the credit put spread. Let's see what we're looking at here. What do we got our fingers on? So right now we're at 33.43, right, on Amazon. 33.43. So if you buy just a 33.45, 33.50 call spread, bull call spread, it's $220 to make $280 on the 14th. Do you guys think that Amazon's trading down between now and then? I'm going to put that trade on myself right now. There ain't no way. Fill that spread for me. I got the spread price in at $2.12. I don't know if it's going to fill, but I hope it does. So I've got an order in for Amazon in the money call spread expiring on January 14th. I'll probably end up closing it long before the 14th. I just want it to hit like 30 to 50%. I'm in with Mary. Yeah, I'll make a video for him tonight. I've got stocks for him to look at. I was meant to release a video on Sunday for a basket of stocks to track and buy for 2022, and I didn't have the time. I'm doing all this technical shit here, and the moment I'm done with it, we're going to do a nice long live stream, like 3 hours this weekend. I promise it's coming. Have your dad sit on it with a Zoom call, and we're going to chart out a basket of stocks that are the stocks you should be buying for 2022. Guaranteed. I can show you all the ERs on them. I can show you the year-over-year growth on them. I can show you that the banks are moving them. So this weekend, if he has time on we can do it Saturday or Sunday at like 11 o'clock in the morning. We'll do it. We'll have 50, 75 people there. We'll do a Zoom call or something, and we'll just chart out everything so that we can all talk about it. You still have buyers in control of SPY right now. You've got 865,000 to 655,000. Hero indicator off the charts at the moment right now on the SPY. You know that the SPY has been topping out here. Yeah, I've got a call spread here, and it's not getting filled. Damn it. So looking at Amazon here, Mary was talking about it earlier. We talked about it earlier today. It's in a channel it's been trading for an entire year. It's a darling of the banks. It's a market hedge for the banks. Amazon's been trading here since July 16th of 2020. It's the market hedge. It's at the beginning of a bottom. Let's say you had the real low is 28.84. But the channel that it's in, you'd have to have Papa J Pow come out and just say, no, sorry. We're not doing this. You have to have Papa J Pow have to turn off the spigot right now. And Amazon is down $62 today. It's a nice little discount on some call spreads. Oh, and Amazon's turning up right now into the close. Shocker. And my spreads aren't filling. Shocker, shocker, shocker. Hi, kitty. Fill these spreads for me. Fill these Amazon call spreads for me. Come on. Do me right. Fill me an in-the-money call spread on Amazon right now. Amazon or IWM is now definitely ripping. Where I didn't believe it was ripping before, it's definitely ripping into the close now. SPY is on a freight train ride north right now, just ripping. If you guys are becoming better traders out there, if you're not losing all of your money, if you're able to make winning trades today, we just called at 2:10 p.m. we called the trade on SPY and the buy program. You guys are hearing about these buy programs before you hear about it on Twitter. I know for a fact that you guys are not hearing at 2:10 in the afternoon that there's a buy program on the SPY, right? I know you guys aren't hearing that. I know for a fact that you guys aren't being told that on Twitter. Like and subscribe this live stream. Donate what you can if you're making money. Hope you guys are printing right now. I mean, come on, fill my Amazon spreads. Jeez. This will be the second day I've had spreads not fill. I'm getting cranky on this. And I get good fills. I normally get some pretty solid fills. You've got sellers just being absorbed. You've got 900,000 buyers to 692,000 sellers. Hero indicators going off the charts right now. 7,200 buyers. You got the bulls just stepping in right now. Bulls taking it to 478. We were fighting for 478 earlier this week. You know that we've been up here since November. I mean, look at it. The thing, we talked about this, how SPY will trade sideways and down, right? And that's good for the bears. But the longer that we trade sideways, it actually is better for the bulls, right? If we trade sideways for a month, 2 months, 2 weeks, the longer that we trade sideways, the more bullish the context gets for the SPY. The SPY is built to go up. The SPY is the components of the SPY are made to go up. We know that the SPY outperformed many speculative growth stocks this year. So you should have a bullish context in the SPY at all times, right? 70% of the time, you should be trading the SPY from a bullish perspective. You can see it right now taking place. SPY is moving up into the close. Doesn't matter where it closes. You guys know that you can sell for gains up here. You might have a little bit of resistance coming up here at 478.07. You're about to touch the daily SMA on the 100, on the SMA on the daily chart, on the 5-minute. Excuse me, I'm not on the one anymore. But on the 5-minute, you're getting close to this. The 5-minute chart, you're getting close to the 100 SMA daily moving average at 478.10. So just be conscious of where we are right now. There might be a slight turbulence right here. And if you're looking at the 15-minute, your next level is on the MA50. On the 15-minute chart, you're looking for the MA50. That's at 47.8.24. And on the 1-minute chart, we're just blasting off right here. If you guys are watching if you guys are trading on a 1-minute chart, this is where we're trading above all the daily SMAs on the 1-minute. And we're pinging right at 477.99. It's a beautiful run, by the way. Absolutely stunning run. Didn't get my fill on my spreads on Amazon. I'm frustrated. Need to go for a run, go for a swim or something. Come on. This is you guys know if you're buying zero dates right here, right? You take your winnings and run. Take your winnings and run on day trading zero date calls. They are directional. Scoop your winnings up, get out of your trade, and re-enter again if you want to. Heard, Desperado. Good night, Damien. Did you make your money? Did you do okay today? $479 ES, key level. Add it now, rejection tested. If so, trouble. I don't think so. Tesla's tanking again. Dipbot Oracle calls up nicely. You guys are sickos. You guys got us pumping Oracle. That's like us pumping Clorox. It's like we're pumping Clorox bleach. Oh yeah, take the money and run, Chase. We're the Clorox pumper channel. We're pumping stocks that don't move over here. Benjamin, thank you for the tip jar. Appreciate it, my brother. Benjamin, slap that tip jar. I appreciate it, my brother. Hope you guys are making bank. Talk about having more winners than losers, huh? Yep, so that was a good run. K Goose lives in Troy. We got to go out, K Goose. Those guys are sickos. Ben, thanks, brother. I appreciate the tip. Still have a buy program in the SPY right now. But I want you guys to all realize when you guys are taking 0-date calls, 0-date puts, there's no intrinsic value, right? So they're good for the direction of the move. The moment that move stops for a moment, sell out of them, rebuy back in. Make that trade, close it out, and then look for the next buying opportunity into the close. So where SPY is right now, we're at 478. We just pinged, right? We know that we've established some sort of we're getting comfortable with this area, 478, 480. This is wanting to make a move higher. This is because we want to make a move above 480. Yesterday at the open at 9 a.m., we saw the SPY showing a new wall much higher, right? 486.9, I think we looked at it. Let's take a look at it again. I want you guys to see where this is. It's now moved even higher. So yesterday's wall, right, was at 486. Let's see if we can see it again. So remember on Monday, let's take a look at this. I want you guys to see this, okay? So on Monday, we had a wall up here at 486.9, right? It's going higher now. It's at 487.31, and that's not even the wall. The wall has actually gotten higher. You can see the call wall has moved up. The call wall is now at 500. We have not seen, look at that, SPY just ripping again. We have not seen a call wall at 500 since way back when? November? I don't even think we've seen a call wall that high. We went from 486 today for a call wall to 500, veritably 500 today. So we have range expansion. We have acceptance of where we are at 480. We know that we've been trading around this area at 475, 470 since back in November. I don't want to call 500 that we're going to 500. And, I'm a bull. I want to see us pull back. This morning I posted on Twitter, I said I think we grind up from here. You don't want to make those predictions, but when you're seeing numbers like this, it does make you question, right? We do have a small resistance above here at 480, but when you're seeing the call wall raising to 500, you're probably going to see spot gamma come out tomorrow. I'll call this before tomorrow, before spot. I guarantee you'll see spot gamma this week will say call wall's been raised to 500. Guaranteed. Not guaranteed. I'll give it like a 75% chance you're going to see spot gamma come out later this week and say something obnoxious like call wall's now at 500. Does that mean we get to 500? No. But does that mean that we have range expansion up high here? It does. And if you keep getting people believing that we're not going to taper, keep getting people believing that we're not going to raise rates as early as March because of this, bullshit with Omicron. You know they can't, right? We all know that they can't raise rates. They're stuck. They have their hands tied. They know it. We know it. They know they got an election coming up. They can't lose. They know that it always comes down to taxes. So they temper the market, right? They're manipulating the market. They keep it growing just at the right rate. So what does that make you think, right? Makes you think that we're going up and that it's plausible. That doesn't mean we don't trade down in February and March, but why do we now have a call wall at 500? You can see it. This wasn't here. This 500 wasn't here yesterday. This wasn't here. Not this one. This one right here. That wasn't here on Monday. This wasn't here last week. You see it down here, right? You got 450 down here. You can see it down here at 450. This is your trading range in 500. So that's kind of wild. So the blue lines are considered ice. They're like icebergs. Not like volume profile though. The buy and supply the supply and the sell and buy side are the red and yellow. The white is buy and sell side, but they're weak hands. They're like weak sellers, weak buyers, above and below. The one thing that I will remember to you, I made your day, Kim. Right on. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Kim, for your support. I really appreciate it. I need to check. I need to be able to get notifications on who's tipping, because I gotta invite you guys. We gotta do. We gotta do this. I should. You know what I'm gonna do? This is what I'm gonna do. If you have donated to me, I don't care if it was $5, $1. If you've donated to this project getting off the ground right here, can you guys DM me if you want to be included in this weekend's charting class? We're gonna chart out stocks for the year. I just want people coming in that have donated, and then I'll release it publicly later, like a week later or something. I need to show you guys some appreciation for supporting the sub. It's a free sub, and the fact that you guys are supporting me without being forced or anything like that. Can you guys shoot me a DM on @Captain's Alpha? If you're not a follower yet on @Captain's Alpha, follow there, and then I'll approve you, and then send me a DM and just say, hey, I donated to you so I can match up who you are. And I'm going to invite all of you guys to, we're gonna just do a private stream this weekend, and we'll look at a bunch of stocks that we're tracking for 2022. We got beautiful volume coming in right now. We're breaking through 478 on the SPY. Little bit of hesitation. There is a little bit of weakness in buyers here. You see this yellow line right here? You see this big red thick line right here? There is a concentration of sellers stepping in at this moment. Be conscious of that heading into the 3:30 hour. Your VWAP is down below right now at 477. Thank you for the donation, Jafar. Appreciate it. How do I see who's? Want to say thanks to Jafar, to Ben. Who else? Thanks to Ryan. Thanks to Matthew. Thank you to Kirk. Thank you to Richard. Thank you to Stephen. Thank you to Vernon. Thank you to Kevin. Thank you to Himanshu. Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you, Rico. Thank you, Kevin, again. Thank you, Cornell. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Biblio. Thank you, Rico. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Cornell. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Noron. Thank you, Standard Mobile. I don't know who that is. That's one of you guys use Standard Mobile. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Barath. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Simcha. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, William. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Marco. Thank you, Ty. Thank you, Ben V. Thank you, Jason T. Jaime H. Thank you. John L. Thank you. Greg N. Thank you. Henry T. Thank you. James B. Thank you. See, I'm getting alerts now. I got to check these things every day. Thank you, Jill N. Thank you, Justin K. Thank you, P. Ganaway. Oh, PG. Damn it. Almost let out a last name on somebody. Thank you to all you guys supporting the stream. Thank you for supporting this stuff. I got this new thing in. We're gonna have a sweet setup going for tomorrow, and we're gonna do like a private live stream this Sunday. We're gonna chart out a bunch of stocks that look good for 2022. These are stocks that have been these are either stocks that have been trading down for the past year or two, stocks that have been dogs since 2020, early 2021 or early 2020. These are stocks that have launched within the first three or IPO'd in the past 3 years. These are stocks the banks are moving currently, and we're going to look to see what kind of trades or at least an ETF basket we can put together. You guys are awesome. Did I pronounce that wrong? Tai Kian? Oops, I'm not a good pronouncer of word names. Yeah, we're making some pretty decent trades, right? The Ford trade, the GM trade off the bell this morning was outstanding. The Oracle trade was outstanding. We're gonna bring up Facebook for. We want to bring up Facebook for your wife's boyfriend here. I know my man needs some love. We know we've got a buy program into the close. I do want to warn you that remember, let's say you take this trade into the SPY into the close, right? If we take SPY into the close, what usually happens on a ripper into close? We come back the next morning, right? We'll come back the next morning. We'll close that out. We'll close that buy program out, and we'll start ripping again. So if you're trading directionally 0 dates or 1 dates for today, I say take the money and run before the bell. Thank you very much, Blood Stunt. Yeah, I love you too, your wife's boyfriend. Okay, so support on Facebook, 300. We've got some more buyers at 320.08. You've got some pretty heavy resistance at 350, and then a little bit lighter resistance above at 380. We'll look at a more granular level here. You've got more sellers than buyers. You've got some localized buying at 332, 333. It's bashing at some resistance though at 340 up here above, and we also have these sellers above at 333. Let's put the hero indicator on. Put the hero indicator on. Yeah, Amazon's already moving up. Chase, my brother, thank you very much. Thank you for the donate. Even $1 helps. You guys don't have to tip big amounts. Cook D, thank you very much. Victor, thank you very much. Oh, right on, Azul Blue. Right on, Azul Blue. Charles P, thank you very much. Appreciate the support. Hope you guys are making winning trades out there. You guys, we're on here live every day making winning trades. I know we're trading at least to 70% right now. So what am I going to say about Facebook right here, right? I'd say take the money and run. Maybe. Let me look at the candlesticks on. Take the money and run. Let's look at Facebook real quick. It's a big question on Facebook, right? Does Facebook trade back up to 343? 340 looks like like another ceiling on. We got 340 up here. It's a tough call if you trade this up. I think you can bash through 338 to possibly 340 in the bell. You might get 340 in the bell or close to it. But I do like Facebook here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I like the Facebook long trade here. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. I like the Facebook trade. I like the long call on Facebook. And I hate trading Facebook, but... And look at that. This is really your target up here, right? Really your target's at 347 on Facebook. I like that trade. I think that's a good trade. Thank you, Chris. Thank you to Shentar. Just Dashin Star. Thank you very much. You guys are crazy. All right, stop tipping. That's enough. Oh, no, wait a minute. Let me close that out. It's the same cats that are tipping over and over again, too. I know exactly who most of you are. Couple new tippers. I got you guys this weekend. We're gonna do some awesome stuff this weekend. We're gonna allow Joe's dad in for free. Let's see what's going on with the SPY into the bell. I like Facebook here too. Amazon's selling down slightly here, or resting. Can I get my fill in? Did I get my fill in this? Still didn't get my fill. Come on, bro. Give me my fill. Give me my Amazon fill. Give me that Amazon fill into the close. I still have an open order on Amazon right now. I'm praying and hoping that we sell off slightly. I don't want to miss the bus. We've got monster SPY calls coming in too, guys. We do have some QQQ puts. I'm going to post this on Twitter for you right now real quick, the into the close options flow. We got some Roblox calls coming in right now. We were tracking Roblox earlier. 318. Ooh, this is real nice, guys. March 18th, 115C on Roblox for 330 grand. I still like that Roblox trade. I'm going to post it on Twitter if you guys want to take a look right now. I like that Roblox trade. I do. It's still, people are still in, there's still huge interest in Roblox. It's not a bad price to be buying it at too. I like that Roblox trade a lot. Every single kid trades. And Roblox came out of the hole too. It was down to 91.77 and now it's already at 95. And it's been a winner. And look, I mean, look at the bull flag on Roblox. I mean, literally, look at that bull flag on Roblox. All right, I'm going to buy some Roblox. I can't wait. I'm buying Roblox too. I got to put another order in. So what was that flow for? March 18th, 115. I like that trade too. March 18th. I'm going to put that trade in right now. RBLX. Trade. RBLX. I like that Roblox trade. March 18th. How much does it cost? So if I trade Roblox, right? If I trade a Roblox call spread for March 18th, the 90/95s, 90C, 95Cs are $230 and they pay $270. All right, so I'm submitting that order. Let's see if that one gets filled. They're going to order in for Amazon and Roblox. Yeah, I bought the spreads on 90.95s on Roblox. Your wife's boyfriend, thank you for the tip. Appreciate it, my brother. I bought the Roblox calls. I can't resist that. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Mateus. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Massey. Thank you, Ryan. You guys are awesome. Adam H, Mateus P, Brad K, Massey G. Yeah, I couldn't miss out on that Roblox. That's just stupid. There's no way. The Roblox has got like more users than anybody. We do have some slight, just that we have great call volume on SPY. We do have the buyers becoming slightly weaker, slightly on the SPY. FSR is ripping. Yeah, I like Fisker here too. Look at Fisker. I love Fisker here. Like Fisker looks just like the Roblox. How can you not see that ripper into FSR? Fisker's a great company. You've got Fisker's been trading down since November 17th. I like Fisker. You guys want me to buy some Fisker too? You guys are animals. Yeah, it's hard not to trade. It's hard not to trade Roblox here from March. Fisker here. I like Fisker. Some great tickers that are down. Facebook's at a great point as well. You guys are calling some great tickers. So I've got Amazon calls in. I got Roblox calls in. I'm going to add some Fisker stuff. Fisker's already been cranking from 16. Fisker's up 4%. Just crushing it. Affirm crushing it into close. They're going to park this, aren't they? They're going to park the indexes. Does anybody else know about any tickers that are ripping at the moment by chance? You guys want to throw some tickers out there? Palantir got picked up into the close. Just a heads up on that one. Palantir or RK is picking up into the close. MU just was monstrous today. Slapped down at 93.54. Rode all the way up to 96.26. Uber cranking from 42 to 44.77. All the stocks they tell you not to buy. Except for PayPal. They're not joining in, right? PayPal's got nothing. You got NEO down to 30 bucks. I liked NEO at 27 too. NEO might be a nice trade. And you guys want to keep an eye right here on Snap. Take a look at Snap at 42. I like Snap here at 42. I like Snap a lot here at 42. I might put some call spreads on Snap too. When is Snap earnings? All Snap has to do at earnings is say, we're making money again. When is Snap earnings? I like that trade. I gotta look at Snap again. Every time I go into Snap, I get sucked in. Snap ER date. February 2nd. Oh, estimated between February 2nd and February 7th, 2022. Someone else is saying it's on February 3rd. Ooh, I like that trade a lot. I gotta look at some snap real quick too. Can I just get a buy? Oh, wait a minute. I got filled. Sweet. So I'm filled on Roblox and Amazon. I'm in both those trades. Oh no, I'm not in either of those trades. Neither of those trades have filled. Damn it. Snap. Let's look at Snap. Snap. I love call spreads on ER. Everyone's on 49 calls. 49 calls expiring the 28th. Nobody's on calls expiring after ER. That might be a nice trade. If Snap has like banging earnings, I like the Snap trade. Yeah, I like the Snap trade. All right, I'm put a Snap in too. $117, let's call it. That's what they're doing, right? They're all trading the 117s or something. 28th, 21st. Dude, we got major puts. Dude, there's basically a huge hedge. They're going to try to pin. They want to pin it. You know what they can't pin? They can't pin the day after. They can't pin the day after on earnings. They can't. They'll probably try to dump it right into ER. And then they'll buy that dip right before ER, huh? Maybe I'll wait on Snap. I'm going to have to wait on Snap. Because those bastards might try to pin it straight into... They're monsters. Banks are assholes. Straight assholes. Let's look at it on a 1 year real quick. And they took that trade. They want out of that trade at like $28. That's what they want. They want out of Snap at like 28 bucks. You know what they want. They want out of Snap at $28. They want to sell it down probably right into ER. 29 bucks. Roll into ER. Terrible news before ER. Nobody buys the dip. They swoop in, buy the dip. ER is kick-ass and rocket ship, right? Have you guys seen that happen before? Yeah, I'll chart Snap for you this weekend. I'll miss the run again. Yeah, I'll chart Snap. I've traded Snap a bunch. Yeah, Oracle's always. So what trades do I have in right now? I've got the trades that I have in right now. I've got Roblox in for March 18th. 90, 95C, 90C, 95C, debit call spreads. They print like 150%. I got Amazon call spreads expiring next Friday, 33.45, 33.50s. Those are right in the money. Do I think we trade down into next Friday on Amazon? I doubt it. Maybe. You could date them out a month from now. I think those print are 150% as well. Do I think we trade down on Amazon maybe on the 21st? Yes. Or whatever that date is, right? January 21st. If you dated them for the 21st and closed them on the 20th, they'd probably print. I think that they trade Snap down. I think that they trade Snap down into ER. It's like one of those stocks they just drive a hammer and like a nail just down, down, down. They're going to release some horrible news heading into ER. You do have to remember that when you have a previous ER that was negative, that the run-ups to those ERs tend to trade down into them. So if you're a company that you like, they had a bad ER the last ER, they tend to trade down into their ER. And then you'll hear all kinds of horrible news leading into ER, and you have to put the blinders on and buy right before that ER. And do I think Snap has fixed their Apple problems? More than likely. And if they haven't fixed their Apple problems, there's going to be more Senate hearings this year. And they'll get fixed then. So, yeah, you know, find out when those hearings are. FSR is still ripping into the close, it looks like. Nope. Now they're pinning at 1737. I'm missing my Roblox calls are not gonna fill. Facebook's ripping into the close. Your wife's boyfriend called that one out. Mary called out Amazon earlier. Amazon's looking sexy into the close. We talked about Amazon this morning. I think we talked about it at like 11 or so, right? We said buy the bottom on Amazon. Oracle's printing into close. We're trading Oracle. I can't believe we're trading Oracle. Melly's dying into the close. Affirm is picking up into the close. Bill picked up into the close. Bounced off 200 and climbing higher. I still don't like that trade. Still don't like the Bill trade. It's a bank favorite, but at the same time, it's been traded up for 2 years. I think it's a real risky trade. I think the trade is to sell the rips on Bill, wait for it to rip, get puts on it. I like looking at Viacom. So if you're looking at Viacom, right, your next buy on Viacom is where? Do you guys want to know your next long on Viacom? It's at, we already know where it's at, right? We want to see Viacom come back down and hit like 31, 32, somewhere in there. If it comes down to like 31, 32, you buy it again. You guys can see this trend on Viacom, right? It started back in December the 20th. It's being moved by banks. Viacom, you just snap a simple line, simple support line, major support on the transition, and you're going to trade this up to every resistance level, right? We just broke through resistance level at 32.49. Your next target above is 35.91. And even if it reverses here at some point, you're just going to keep buying this new trend, this trend reversal. So into the close right now, it's 3:51. We have some calls on what looks good here. WDC, January 7th, 67C. Zen, ZEN, January 21, 110C. UNM, January 21st, 27.5 Cs. We've got more puts on Rocket, more puts on BBBY. We've got some light puts on SPY into the close. My thought would be that if we're not going to rip into the close, we won't pull back on SPY tomorrow. I think we're trading higher. Maybe we get a red day tomorrow. Let's take a look at it real quick. I don't think so. I think we're getting right. I think we're getting comfortable where we are. I think the best part of today was 475.59. That buy program kicked in. That was all over. Saved the day. You got 144. You got 1.4 million buys versus 1 million sells right now on the SPY. Thank you, John S. Thank you, Muhammad H. Thank you, Arun K. Thank you, Rico Porter. Thank you, Com Blanc Noir. Thank you, Adam H. Thank you, all you guys. Appreciate it. You just keep rolling them out, right? Right, Invesco? Keep rolling out Viacom calls. You just keep rolling them out. Donut just went green. What do you guys want to know about tax season? Hey, Michael, put a request inside. Michael, put a request inside. Send a request in DM to be included in Captain's Alpha. Send me a DM that you want to be included in this weekend's private live stream, because I'm going to talk about tax season. Thank you, John S. EW folks predicting 480 and pull back to 478, then 490 plus. Yeah, it should be. We just saw the new call wall is at 500 now. Kicking myself for not trading Oracle. Spies getting knifed. Remember that if you're taking 0-date calls, 1-day calls, that you only hold them for the direction of the move. Yes, DMs are now open on Captain's Alpha. It's working now. No way. If you guys sure my DMs are closed on at Captain's Alpha? Do I have to follow you guys back maybe? God dang it. All right. Sorry, I swore. Yes, they are going to turn in 10 by 20. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to friend all of you, I think. Maybe I have to friend all of you. I think maybe it's like I have to be your friend and you're my friend. Shoot. Okay. All right, so I'm going to send my child and have her friend every single one of you, okay? So I'll be friends with all of you. You guys are friends with all of me, and then that'll open up the DMs. Good point, Joe. Hold your calls for the directional move. Hold your calls for the directional move. Hold your calls for the directional move. Sell your calls before the bell. Remember that? Sell your calls before the bell. You guys are hilarious. I gotta do some classes. You guys got some classes coming your way. I'm gonna show you guys how to trade 0-dates. I need to drill this into your head how to trade 0-dates. You'll never trade 0-dates differently again. If you are locked into those 0-dates, you're probably going to print into close anyways. Probably going to trade into the 4 o'clock hour. The next 3 minutes, you'll probably see us go up here. And probably save your calls, okay? Give me that fill on Roblox. Give me that fill on Roblox. Give me that fill on Amazon. I want those fills. I want them bad. I want Roblox. I want Roblox play into the ER. You know people are piling into Roblox. Piling into Roblox. Yeah, I like the idea of us trading up to. You guys want to think when I trade up? We trade up to 480, we trade back down, and then we are going to make a run to 490. You can set allow message requests from everyone. Thanks, Henry. I'll do that today. Child labor laws are being skirted here. All right, so I'm going to open up my DMs today. It'll be done. It's on my list today. Let me put my list up for me today. DMs. Slide in the DMs. Yeah, I'm only accepting naked man pictures of apes. You people are weird. Like, really put a big sign on your wall. 0 to 1 to 3 dates on the SPY are only good for the direction of the trade. You then sell them immediately, and then you wait for your next buy-in. You guys want to know what to do into the close? It's 4 o'clock, right? Hold on a second. One of my favorite times to buy calls and puts is after the close. You guys can trade until 4:15, and there's a lot of vampire stuff goes on into the close. Like the theta vampires come out, and they get all weird. They take all your gains. So let's look at the SPY chain real quick. If any of you are bullish or bearish, I'll tell you where. So the 478 call has basically printed. My guess is that we sell off at the bell tomorrow and then trade up to 478. Maybe 480. That's my guess. The 478s right now are at 90 cents. They're now at 91 cents. Let me think here. What do I think happens here? You know, the VIX is really low here. The VIX is near bottom right here, right? Is that where we're at in the VIX? I don't know. I would be concerned. I would be concerned that we get a red day tomorrow. Or some weakness in the morning. I would be concerned with some weakness into the open tomorrow. You guys tell me what you think. I think you should close your calls. Or I shouldn't say that to you guys. No, not financial advice. Not financial advice. I think you take the money and run. And start over tomorrow. I don't know about puts. I would err, if you're a bull, I would take the money and run. Wednesday and Friday calls are cheap. You can buy them until 4:15. We've got 10 minutes to think about this. Remember that they're going to park the SPY for Wednesday OPEX, right? And we have FOMC minutes, right? I told you that Wednesday could be the day where you get some volatility. Yeah, I told you that Wednesday was the volatility day, right? Did I tell you guys that? I'm looking up right now. Getting my old age, I keep forgetting this shit. Didn't I tell you guys this morning that Wednesday was, nope. Yeah, 2 p.m. We had ADP at 8:15, PMI at 9:45, and then we get the usual, FOMC minutes at 2 p.m., right? I have to think about that right now. I know. I don't like that the VIX is as low as it is, and there was a little hammer candle on it. Yeah, I like that too, Captain Ron. Yeah, so we have the FOMC minutes at 2 o'clock tomorrow. I don't like. Do you guys see the hammer candle on the VIX right now? Oh yeah, VIX just ripped to 1680. You guys watching this right now? VIX just ripped to 1680. You guys seeing this? No. All right, I'm changing my viewpoint. I think we go up tomorrow and then we get weak in the afternoon. You guys see that VIX into the close? And just a heads up, there was some Facebook put spot for 121, January 21st, 335Z. Someone bought some Viacom calls, February 18th, 30C. Yeah, if I had to think about this, I like that the VIX popped up to 1677 into the close. I would say be cautious here. It might be better to not trade overnight, and on the SPY at least. It's usually not a pump. It's usually dealers, they have to sell. So they're either buying futures or selling futures, right, to hedge. My thought would be if the dealer's buying or selling futures tonight is a good question. I would think that they're selling futures. That's what I'm thinking. Do I think they get anywhere tonight? I bet we trade sideways. How many more minutes we got? We got 7 more minutes to make a decision. Wonder if I got fills. I haven't even checked yet. 1, 2. If I had to guess, we're gonna have some weakness into the open tomorrow. Well, I guess the key would be the volatility comes into play at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's our best chance at volatility this week is Wednesday. I would say, you know, let's look at Bookmap. Yeah, and those buyers are still down there at 474. Are the dealers hedging on the long side? Probably not. They're probably going to be selling futures. My assumption is that they're hedging the short side of the trade into close into tonight. That they're going to hedge the short side of the trade. Yeah. It's just the vixen to the close is just a part of the puzzle. I'm looking at 10 different indicators into close, 10 different things as to why we might go up or down. I'm looking at the buy side as we go into the close. I'm looking at the news that takes place the following day. I'm looking at did we that 2 o'clock buy. I always like to buy. You know what I like buying closes? I like to buy the close when we're weak at 3 p.m. Like if we're weak at 3 p.m., we sell down into the close. If we're not due for a red day the next day. Did I miss the hood buy again? I want the hood buy at 15 bucks. Oh man, 1684? How did I miss that shit? You guys got to keep me up to date when we get down at 15 bucks. I want to buy hood at $15. God damn it, I missed it again. Oh, dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. How did I miss $16? Did I get any fills on my orders? Nothing filled. Yeah, I would have to say here, it's better so I want you guys to know one thing. If there was going to be a volatile day this week, one volatile day, it is Wednesday. It wasn't this morning. Like our volatile day this week is definitely Wednesday. Look for weakness into 2 p.m. and then we start ripping again. Yeah, my answer is no. My answer is do not hold calls overnight on the SPY. You guys do what you want to do, but I'm not buying them. I can look at I'll write that down. I can look at the short interest. I can actually look at I can look at a bunch of stuff on hood tonight. I'll look at that stuff. I'm interested as well. I know that the bottom right now. So I know for sure that the bottom right now, positively sure that the bottom right now is at 15 bucks on hood. That's where the banks want to buy it at. And even if that ain't the bottom, you're going to see a huge short cover at $15. I think it's $15 flat too, like right on 15. Yeah, Danny, I'd like to see. I want 474 as my buy. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting over here. I have not bought the SPY yet. I agree with that, Captain Ron. The moment that you get FOMC out of the way tomorrow, and you've got some ADP. The other thing about ADP is ADP sets the tone for claims on Thursday, right? AI, I'll look AI up right now. That the Thursday, or ADP tomorrow sets up claims on Thursday. So if you have a slightly negative, well, I guess if you have a slightly negative ADP, it means the printer's still on. But then you've got the FOMC minutes. And there's sometimes really good, the FOMC minutes, but we typically get volatility. And let's answer another question. What if the minutes come out and they start talking about rates and tapering again? Right? More boogeyman stuff. Let's look at AI. Let me look at AI. I think I looked at these guys before. I think I looked at AI once before. It doesn't look like I've charted them. How long have they been selling down for? Ooh, I like them. Thank you for the heads up on AI. I will research them this week. All right. Listen, you guys have a great afternoon. I'll buy hood under $1. Yeah, I'm not really, I'm not really, I can't stand Hood or Robinhood. I can't stand what they do. They've burned a lot of people in a lot of different ways. But at the same time, I have to look at it from if they're acquired, we talked about all this, right? The story that the greed of Wall Street will step in at some point. I can't check IWM right now. Once the cash market is closed, it doesn't show buyers and sellers. Yeah, I like AI though. I like it. Well, okay, that's a good question. So the FOMC minutes, right, are sometimes doctored, not doctored. No, sometimes they're mostly FOMC minutes are padded to sound good, but you have to remember that you can bring up talking points, right? So when the FOMC minutes come out, and if they bring up talking points that are tapering, that are rates, and that news starts to roll around, it lends volatility to the market. Thank you, John. You guys all have a great afternoon. Ritesh, have a great afternoon. Thank you for your donations, Ritesh. I've seen your donations. Thank you very much. All right, you guys all have a great afternoon. Ladies, have a great afternoon. I'll talk to you guys in the morning. I got some work to do tonight. Still feel like the market has already priced everything other than a complete change of course by the Fed, hence the choppiness. We go upwards after FOMC. I agree with that, Captain Ron. I have to do this video this weekend for you guys, so I want to do this video so you guys can get my perspective on the market for 2022. Thanks, Adam. Yeah, me neither, Benny. Me neither. Hopefully, Benny, we can grab some tomorrow. Yes, they are numbered. Yep. Robinhood will either be absorbed by a big bank, they'll fire Vlad, they'll add more services to their platform, like a better charting software. Any of those things happen, and you'll see Robinhood at $100 overnight. Yes, Rob. So Captain Ron, this weekend on Sunday, send me a DM. I'm going to open up my DMs on @CaptainsAlpha. Send me a DM. We're going to do a private video on which calls to buy for 2022. Yeah, you guys have a little Big Bear. Have a great night. Okay. Yeah, I agree, Doughboy. Good evening, Invesco. Have a great night. Let me open up my DMs right now. profile, more. How do I open up DMs? DMs. Settings and privacy, account information, Twitter Blue, security, notifications maybe. What about my account? Phone number, change password, tweet text. Nope, I'm not doing any of that Twitter Blue, and I'm not accepting tips through Tip Cup or any of that stuff. I'm not trying to sell anything bullshit that people do. Tweets, Twitter activity, data sharing on and off. Manage aspects. Nope. I always forget how to do this stuff. I'm never digging through this stuff. DMs. Messages. Here we go. Allow. Okay, so I allow messages from everybody. That's done. All right, we're going to cut this stream short. This is Captain James. Hope you had a great day trading today. I'll see you all again tomorrow morning.